spot and began the rescue operation. On, in fact, the right side of the screen, we can see one man being rescued and taken away, and several, in fact, what we are learning is that 6 to 7 people have been rescued so far. They are in stable condition, but what is more concerning here is that there are few people who are still missing, and the hunt is underway to find them. SDRF is at the spot. Local people, villagers are also there, and they are helping the authorities.
Akanksha, hold on. We are also joined by Sandeep. Sandeep, what's happening at the moment? We are learning there are over 25 people who are trapped. Also, that there were around 15 to 20 people on that bridge at the time of collapse. As Akanksha was pointing out, a couple of them were also swept away in the flow of Indrayani river. What are you learning? What are the authorities saying at the moment?
See, as far as this incident is concerned, we've been told that Indrayani, the bridge on the Indrayani river, that is in fact a tourist spot, and being it a Sunday, there were many tourists who were there on the bridge. At that very point in time, the bridge had collapsed, and around 20 to 25 people got trapped into that very incident, and in fact 5 to 6 people have been rescued by the locals as well as the local authorities out there. Definitely a very disturbing incident at this point in time, but yes, remember there is monsoon out here in the state of Maharashtra, and in fact there have been also incessant rains as well across several districts. But at this point in time, being it a Sunday, as there were many people on the bridge had in fact collapsed, and we've been told that the rescue operation is still underway. It will be crucial to see whether the NDRF will be deployed there and will they be joining the local authorities in the rescue operations or not. But ultimately, we've been told that there are 20 more people who are also trapped, and the search and rescue operation is still underway.
Well, absolutely, Sandeep. Sandeep, I would also like to question you as to if any death toll that has been confirmed by the authorities over there, because what we're learning is, like I pointed out earlier, that multiple of those tourists who were there enjoying, it's a Sunday, there was, the number of tourists was massive over there. Many have been swept away. What is the death toll at the moment?
जी देखिए, अभी ताज़ा जानकारी जो मिल रही है, अभी 5 से 6 लोगों को निकाले जाने की जानकारी है। निश्चित रूप से संभावित है कि इसमें मृत भी लोग होंगे। हालांकि सर्च और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन अभी भी जारी है, लेकिन अभी तक मृतकों की जानकारी नहीं मिल पाई है। केवल यही जानकारी है कि 20 से 25 लोग जो हैं वो इस हादसे का शिकार हुए हैं, और जो तस्वीरें दिखाई दे रही हैं उससे साफ जाहिर है कि सर्च और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जो है वहाँ पर जारी है, और 20 के आसपास जो संख्या है वो बताई जा रही है कि 20 के आसपास लोगों को ढूंढा जा रहा है। मौजूदा वक्त में जो 6-7 लोग निकाले गए हैं उन्हें जो है नज़दीकी अस्पताल में शिफ्ट किया गया है, जहाँ पर ये जानकारी प्राप्त होगी कि उनकी कंडीशन क्या है, क्या वो उनकी कंडीशन क्रिटिकल है या गंभीर है या वो स्टेबल है। तो ये सारी जानकारी जो है लोकल अथॉरिटीज़ देगी, लेकिन मौजूदा वक्त में केवल यही जानकारी प्राप्त हो पा रही कि 25 से 26 लोग थे वहाँ पर जो इस हादसे का शिकार हुए हैं, और जिनमें से 5 से 6 लोगों को निकाल लिया गया है।
Well, absolutely, Sandeep. We'll keep coming back to you because it's a very big tragedy that has taken place there in Pune, where multiple people reportedly have been swept by the flow of Indrayani river. There are over 25 trapped, 15 to 20 people fell at the time of the collapse. We'll keep coming back to you as this is a major tragedy that has come from Pune. Now, moving on, viewers. Tensions in Middle East have escalated dramatically. Deadly missile exchanges between Iran and Israel have pushed the region closer to a conflict. In the latest strikes, Iran's missiles hit the neighborhood near Tel Aviv, killing and injuring civilians, while Israel responded by targeting key sites in Iran, including the energy sector and the defense ministry. Here's the latest on the destructions, rising fears, and the human cost of unfolding crisis. Joining us live on this broadcast, we have a guest at the moment, Pratikit Pai, a political expert. Pratikit Pai, sir, thank you for speaking to us. At the moment, we are seeing as to how the tensions between the two countries are escalating, and with the United States making it abundantly clear that it is siding with the US. And yesterday, remember, Iran said that deal where they, which was, which they had agreed upon as far as the nuclear aspect is concerned, they have said that they are not going to abide by it, specifically at the time when the US has made it abundantly clear that they are going to support Israel. How do you see this going forward from here, sir?
Good afternoon. The tension is definitely there, and there will be. I don't think the war is going to end so soon. There will be severe retribution on the part of, I think, both the sides. The Israelis, meanwhile, are targeting the military, especially the nuclear installations and the installations of ballistic missile development. Whereas it appears that the Iranians have generally targeted civilian areas. Though whether those civilian areas have been targeted deliberately or whether the missiles have actually gone off track, that I'm not aware of. Generally, reasonably, the Israeli air defense system has worked, but it's not possible to have 100% interception. So there has been quite a bit of damage that Israel has also incurred. I think this conflict may have an escalation beyond what it is right now, because Israel has undergone quite a bit of casualties. There has been damage in some of the major cities. Their ports have been attacked. And at the same time, the Iranians have suffered severe casualties, severe damage in terms of their nuclear installations being targeted, neutralized, destroyed. Some of their top scientists and top leadership in the military political structure has been, assassinated. So I think this tension is going to go ahead. And the genesis of this is not today. It all started from October 7 when the Hamas attack on Israel happened. I think the Israelis believe what the Hamas did, they could not have done without active support from the Tehran, the Iranian regime in Tehran. And likewise, the Hezbollahs and Houthis, as per them, are entirely supported by Iran. So once they have taken care of the Hezbollahs to a great extent and the Hamas, they have gone for the leadership in Tehran, primarily because Iran is on the cusp of enriching the uranium to a critical stage where they can have nuclear weapons ready. And that is a concern for the Americans as well. It is unlikely that this conflict or this attack, offensive operation by Israel into the nuclear installations would have happened without active support of the Americans in terms of their intelligence reconnaissance technology coming to their aid. But at the same time, they have not been involved directly in the offensive operation per se. So this is where Trump is saying that if he's okay with he's okay to have a deal with Iran in terms of doing away with Iran doing away with their nuclear arsenal, and in turn, sanctions getting off and everything else. But I don't think it is very much likely right now. It is possible because the Iranians now would have stated it openly, that they would target the American bases across in Middle East, in many of the Sunni Arab states. And that is where Trump is threatening that, as per him, that they are not involved in this conflict. So if there is any attack, they will get back on Iran with a lot of huge magnitude of force. So I think the escalation has only started. If the Americans directly get involved, the possibility of the Russians getting involved and directly helping the Iranians cannot be ruled out. Over and above everything else, you had two major conflicts going on. One is in the European theater between Russia and Ukraine. You can call it a Russia versus NATO conflict. And this conflict here in Middle East, the possibility of convergence of these two conflicts into a larger dimension of a bigger conflict cannot be ruled out. And secondly, many of the Sunni Arab states, are also very anxious about what is happening. Many of them do not like the Iranian regime having a nuclear bomb. So they may not be very much against.
Absolutely, sir. Sir, hold on. We are also getting a breaking news at the moment in this connection, where US President Donald Trump has issued a fresh statement on Iran-Israel conflict. The post on social media said that the US had nothing to do with the attacks on Iran. If US is attacked by Iran in any way, the US armed forces will come down heavily on Iran. Trump has also said that they easily get a deal done between Iran and Israel. So once again, Donald Trump trying to mediate between the two countries, whereas at the same time issuing a warning where he says that that whatever is happening in Iran, the United States of America has nothing to do with it, and at the same time, he has issued a stern warning asserting that how US will give a befitting reply if attacked. Pathikrit Pine, the geopolitical expert, continues to be with us. Sir, you see that warning coming in from Trump. He's saying that whatever is happening in Iran, the United States of America has nothing to do with it. But if Iran tries to attack the United States of America, there's going to be hell to pay. Also, at the same time, he's saying that Washington can help broker deal between the two countries. How do you see this statement coming, sir?
Well, Trump saying that they can broker a deal is exactly the way he brokered a deal between Ukraine and Russia, and the war continues. So he has this habit of claiming credit for deals that never actually happen. But I don't think, yeah, it's an official statement from the United States when the president says that the Americans are not involved in it. But I don't think actually anybody believes it. It is highly unlikely that the Israelis have gone in for this kind of a major offensive operation without the backing of the Americans. Many of the missiles that were targeted towards Israel were also intercepted by the Americans. So this is an open secret. So even if Trump says that that there will be serious retribution if the Iranians do any kind of attack on the American bases, because there is a concern in America that Iran will directly target the American bases and will try to draw America directly into the conflict and not play a secondary role. Because once that happens, the entire dynamics of this conflict changes. There is the entire Sunni Arab bloc, which is not very much in favor of Iran, may then consider it an offense against the Islamic world. So then many of the countries who are not too much in favor of Iran may be compelled to support Iran. So it's a fluid situation. We don't know which direction it actually will go. But if Trump says that he can broker a deal, then it is very difficult to believe it, because he hasn't been able to solve any of the issues, be it the Russia-Ukraine conflict or even this one. I think it's a statement of tokenism. I don't think even the American establishment wants this war to get over. They want to at least weaken the Tehran regime, if not completely go for a regime change. Back to you.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for putting that in perspective. Thank you, sir. Thank you for speaking to Republic Media Network. Bridge collapse in Pune, 20 to 25 people fear trap. Multiple have been swept by the flow of Indrayani river. A chopper crashed in Uttarakhand's Kedarnath today. 7 casualties in the crash. We'll bring you more on this. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Himalaya.
This week on Get Me Right, the proof of the adage that while nations keep armies, in the case of Pakistan, it's the army that keeps the nation. The Pak budget this year squeezes itself to make more space for Munir's army. And then we take a look at a major geopolitical shift that escaped headlines. China sent 2 of its aircraft carriers into the Pacific Ocean for the first time, inching closer to the United States coast. And finally, did the Congress call the bluff of Rahul Gandhi's caste politics by backtracking on the caste survey it did in Karnataka? Join me this Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
Welcome back, viewers. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a three-nation tour during which he'll attend the crucial G7 summit in Canada on June 16 and 17 and also visit Croatia. Has more on this.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi departed for Cyprus this morning. At the invitation of the President of Cyprus, Nikos Christodoulides, Prime Minister Modi is paying an official visit to the country from 15th to 16th June. As Prime Minister embarked on a three-nation tour culminating in his participation at the G7 summit hosted in Alberta in Canada, members of the Indian diaspora have extended a warm welcome.
ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਆਉਣ ਤੇ ਹਾਰਦਿਕ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਉਮੀਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਆਉਣ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਤੇ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਹੋਣਗੇ.
The visit comes at a time when bilateral ties between India and Canada have been strained in recent years, primarily due to concerns over Canada's perceived leniency toward Khalistani separatist elements. However, Prime Minister's invitation by Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney is being viewed by many as a significant diplomatic overture and a potential turning point in Indo-Canadian relations. Echoing a similar sentiment, Harpreet Singh, a Canada-based journalist, noted the importance of the G7 platform.
The world is passing through a critical phase, and the G7 meeting that is taking place in Alberta will be a great opportunity for the world leaders to brainstorm and come up with solutions to find peace. There have been issues between India and Canada in the past few years, and I hope during this meeting things are sorted out and a new path is chosen whereby both the countries develop and prosper. We need to have better relationship in trade, in investments, technology, and both India and Canada can prosper by this.
Prime Minister Modi's participation in the G7 summit is being widely viewed by the Indian diaspora and global observers as a crucial opportunity to address and improve the recent strain in bilateral ties.
Pune, massive collapse in Pune district. 20 to 25 people fear trapped. 6 to 7 have been saved. The rescue operation are ongoing. Chopper crash in Uttarakhand, Kedarnath. 7 people announced dead in the crash. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Allah
दिमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। दिमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? दिमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
To speak on Get Me Right, the proof of the adage that while nations keep armies, in the case of Pakistan, it's the army that keeps the nation. The Pak budget this year is squeezing itself to make more space for Munir's army. And then we take a look at a major geopolitical shift that skipped headlines. China sent 2 of its aircraft carriers into the Pacific Ocean for the first time, inching closer to the United States coast. And finally, did the Congress call the bluff of Rahul Gandhi's caste politics by backtracking on the caste survey it did in Karnataka? Join me this Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Dilapidated bridge collapse in Pune. At least 15 to 20 tourists fear trapped. Pakistan's claim of Rafale debunked by the Salt chief. Rafale maker calls Pak's narrative inaccurate. Air India to discontinue flight number 171. Air India's Boeing 787 to undergo detailed inspection. Chopper crash near Guptkashi in Uttarakhand. All 7 people on board dead. Israel strikes Iran defense military headquarters and nuclear facility. Prime Minister Narendra Modi embarks on 3-nation visit to Cyprus, Canada and Croatia ahead of the crucial G7 summit. Breaking news coming in, viewers, from Pune. A bridge over the Indrayani river near Kindamala village in Maharashtra has collapsed, according to the primary information and the Pimpri Chinchwad police. Approximately 10 to 15 individuals are feared to be trapped under the debris. Rescue operations are underway with 5 to 6 people who've been successfully rescued so far. Emergency services are actively working to locate and assist those affected. Major breaking news coming in from Pune, viewers. This happened around 2 p.m. today, and as it was Sunday, there were the number of tourists on the spot was more than usual. There were around 15 to 20 people on the bridge at the time when this accident took place. The rescue operations are underway. Those are the visuals right on your screen where you can see all hands on deck. The local authorities along with the rescue operation teams have reached the spot. Remember, what we are learning at the moment is that there are around 15 to 20 people that are feared trapped, and at the same time multiple people have already been swept away.
पुणे बावल तहसील में कुंडमाला में इंद्रायणी रिवर पे एक पुराना ब्रिज था, साको ब्रिज। वो आज दोपहर 4 बजे के दरमियान पर्यटक यहाँ पे लगभग 4 पर्यटक घूमने आए थे। उसमें से 100-125 पर्यटक एक ही जगह पे ब्रिज पे खड़े थे। तो ब्रिज अचानक से कोलैप्स होके उसमें लगभग 20-25 लोग बह के गए। उसमें से कुछ लोग हमारे स्थानीय कार्यकर्ता ने बाहर निकाले और 4-5 लोग अभी भी ब्रिज के अंदर फंसे। ब्रिज का जो भाग पानी में गिरा है उसमें।
This broadcast is my colleague Sandeep. Sandeep, what is the update at the moment? You were telling us 6 to 7 people have been rescued. Has the number risen so far or not?
See, as far as this incident is concerned, the search and rescue operation is still underway. So far, we have been only told that 2 teams of NDRF have left for the spot for rescue operations, and in fact the current number is 5 to 7. That is what being updated by the Pune Rural Police, in fact, and the search and rescue is still underway. Definitely, as we heard, one of the reaction out there that we played, that being it Sunday, there were more than 100 people who had gathered on the bridge, and following which this incident has happened. We've been also informed by our sources that that bridge was in fact closed due to monsoon, and in fact there was a repair work that was supposed to take place, but ultimately, despite all those restrictions, there how did these people gathered on that very bridge is something that needs to be investigated. Whether the bridge was in a proper condition or not, that is something that needs to be investigated. But ultimately, at this point in time, the authorities are making efforts to do the search operation and rescue people. There are more than 20 to 25 people. That is what is being said by the officials who are yet to be in fact searched and located and rescued, in fact. And what we've been told that 6 to 7 people have died, in fact rescued from this very incident, and they have been shifted to the local hospital. Their status of health is yet to be updated by the Pune authorities, Pune rural authorities, in fact, and we are still on the call with them, taking information regarding the current search and rescue operation. As far as this incident is concerned, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Fadnavis, has also issued a statement and has said that this is a very tragic incident. The search and rescue operation is underway, but there is no clarity on the casualties that have taken place.
Absolutely. So the search and rescue operation is underway, as we can also see on the screen. In fact, Sandeep, stay on with us. We have a breaking news coming in. Maharashtra Chief Minister has issued a statement on the tragedy, saying that it is too early to draw any conclusion. He has said that relief teams have been rushed to the spot and that the safety of the people will be government's priority. Listen in to what he said.
आत्ता मी विभागीय आयुक्त, तहसीलदार आणि पोलीस कमिशनर यांच्याशी बोललो आहे.
आत्ता प्राप्त कमिशनर,
हा पूल
तहसीलदार अँड पोलीस कमिशनर,
काही लोक जखमी झाले, त्या जखमींना हॉस्पिटलमध्ये नेलेलं आहे आणि त्यासोबत
ब्रिज हॅज कोलॅप्स्ड.
काही लोक अडकले,
मेनी हॅव गॉट इंजर्ड इन दिस व्हेरी इन्सिडेंट and few are still trapped, for which rescue operation is underway. There are chances that few have few are not being tracked.
पूर्ण माहिती याची मिळाल्यानंतर याच्यावर आपल्याला माहिती देता येईल.
It will not be right
तातडीनं
to comment regarding the deaths.
आणि लोकांना कसा दिलासा देता येईल अशा प्रकारचा प्रयत्न चाललेला आहे.
We are making efforts to rescue people.
So in fact, these are the breaking visuals that we are getting for you as far as the bridge collapse is concerned. What my colleague has been telling us, that 6 to 7 people have been rescued so far and they are in stable condition. These people were rushed to the hospital by ambulance. But what is more concerning here is that we're learning that there are several tourists who are still trapped under the rubble there. Now it remains to be seen what their condition is, but the rescue and search operation is currently underway. Let me once again bring in my colleague Sandeep, who continues to track this story. We know, Sandeep, that the exact number of missing people is still to be found out, and investigation is still going on. But do we know anything about those who are trapped under the rubble there, and what is the update on them?
See, if you go with the statement given by the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, he himself says that there are chances that there are people who might have drowned in this very incident. So far, it will not be right to come to a conclusion. But yes, the search and rescue operation is underway. If we go through with the bite that was in fact played a few minutes before the CM, the person mentions clearly that there were more than 100 people on the bridge when this incident has happened. So it will be very crucial to figure out the exact figure that how many people were present at the spot when this very incident has happened, whether it was between 20 to 30 or there are more people who were there on the bridge at the time of the incident. So the authorities needs to clarify this, but so far we have been only told that there were 20 to 25 people, in fact around 30 it could be, but 6 and 7 have been rescued and their health status is yet to be updated, and in fact the search and rescue operation is underway. Also there are chances that people might have drowned in this very incident and the search is still underway.
Absolutely, Sandeep. So 3 angles to it. We are learning that there are people who have been rescued. Few of them are under the rubble and few of them unfortunately have also swept away. But do we know anything about what led to this? Was it because of the shoddy construction? Was it because of the overcrowding on that specific bridge? Because we're learning that it is a touristy area.
See, indeed, being it a Sunday, there are any routine Sunday, there are people who go out there on that very bridge to enjoy their weekends. In fact, and being it a monsoon season, this is a very time where there are many tourists who visit that very place. But ultimately, we have been told that that bridge was closed in the past. So it will be very crucial to see whether the bridge was in a condition to take that very load, or the collapse has happened because of overloading, or whether the bridge was not in a proper state to handle that very crowd. So these are the things that will come out after the investigation, but currently as of now the search and rescue operation is underway. So currently the authorities' priority is to rescue people and find out those who are swept away.
Absolutely, Sandeep. Can you tell us about the rescue operation? Because we are learning that NDRF has now reached the spot. How many agencies are there, and how is this entire rescue operation is being carried out as we are speaking?
See, the local disaster management troops and the teams have been already deployed out there to carry out the rescue and the search operation with the Pune Rural Police and the local people out there. Also, we've been told that 2 teams of NDRF have left for the rescue and the search operation. So very soon they will be reaching at the spot and will join in the local authorities. So ultimately there are local authorities with the National Disaster Relief team who will take part in the search and the rescue operation. So 4 to 5 teams are already there to carry out the search and rescue operation right now.
Absolutely, Sandeep, keep tracking that story in fact for us, but do also tell us about this bridge, the location. Was this an old bridge? Because we are learning that there were a lot of tourists standing on that. Was this an old bridge? But before I take that answer from you, we have a breaking news coming in. Tourists came to this bridge to visit today around 4 in the afternoon. About 100 to 125 tourists were standing at one place on the bridge. So was overcrowding the issue is something that will come out during the investigation. But what we are learning, that it being Sunday and it being a touristy place as well, there were a lot of tourists. Around 100 to 125 tourists were there standing on the spot when this bridge collapsed. We are also learning that this is an old bridge. This was also closed in the past, as my colleague Sandeep has also been reporting. Sandeep, as I was asking you, is this an old bridge? Because you mentioned that this was closed in the past as well. Do you have any information about the build of that bridge and why was it closed in the past?
See, the exact details regarding the closure of that bridge is not yet clear, but ultimately, being it a rainy season, a monsoon, there are high chances that the river may overflow, and in such kind of a scenario, the authorities also believe with the fact that this could lead to any kind of incident. But ultimately, what could be the reason whether these tourists had in fact crossed the restrictions and had gone to that very bridge is something that needs to be figured out, and that needs to be found out in the investigation. But ultimately, what we have been informed by the authorities is 20 to 25 people had in fact came into this very incident, and in fact 4 to 5 people are still trapped. That is what is being in fact told. So 4 to 5 people have been trapped. That is the latest information that we are getting right now. But ultimately, what is the exact figure of the people who had in fact who drowned at that very point in time when this incident had happened is something that needs to be clarified by the department.
Absolutely, Sandeep. 6 to 7 people have been rescued as far as the relief and rescue operation is concerned. What Sandeep just told us, handful of people are still trapped under that rubble. And in fact, we just a while back, we made you listen to the reaction that has come from Maharashtra Chief Minister. He has assured the help as far as this is concerned. Listening to him.
आता मी विभागीय आयुक्त तहसीलदार आणि पोलीस कमिशनर यांच्याशी बोललो आहे.
I have spoken to the Commissioner of Police, Corporation Commissioner, as well as with the Tehsildar. We have been told that there is an unfortunate incident of bridge collapse, wherein there are people who are still trapped into this. The NDRF team is also reaching for search and rescue operations.
मिळालेलं नाही किंवा कॅज्युअल्टीजच्या संदर्भातलं पूर्ण कन्फर्मेशन मिळालं नाही, त्यामुळे या क्षणाला
we don't have any kind of any confirmation regarding any casualties. Once we get the information regarding the casualty, it will be the right time to tell. We have mobilized all the authorities for rescue operations.
Absolutely. So this is in fact the reaction that has come in from Maharashtra Chief Minister after this incident took place. Let me once again bring in my colleague Sandeep, who's been tracking this story very closely. Sandeep, do tell us about the rescue operation, because as you've been reporting, 6 to 7 people have been rescued. There are still a few who are trapped under the bridge and the rubble right there. What is the update on those who are trapped?
See, the current information that the latest information that we are getting right now, that there are 4 to 5 people who are still trapped under the bridge. So the rescue operation is still underway. Apart from that, there are chances that people might have drowned in that very Indrayani river. So definitely a search is also underway at this point in time. The exact figures of how many people were there is something that is not yet out. In fact, the Chief Minister himself briefed media regarding this, that even
all
there
right,
is no clarity.
Sandeep, stay on with us. In fact, we are getting the live visuals from the spot where this incident had in fact taken place. As we can see in the visuals, this is the area where the bridge had collapsed. This bridge built over the Indrayani river. As we can see, it appears that this area was also witnessing rainfall. There is excess water in the river as well because of the flow of the river. But as you can see in the visuals, this is in fact the area where the incident has taken place. As the information trickled in, what we learned that the villagers of that area were the first responders. They rushed to the spot to rescue the people there. There were images of several people who were rescued from that place. As my colleague Sandeep has been telling us, 6 to 7 people have been rescued from this area. This is the spot where the bridge has collapsed. We can see NDRF, SDRF is what we've been told that these rescue teams are there on the spot. We can also see the crane on the screen, and this is in fact being used to rescue people who are still trapped under the rubble. The exact number of people who are trapped is still unknown, and that is why this crane is being used to rescue those people away. We have another breaking news coming in. Police Commissioner has confirmed death of 2 people in this Pune tragedy. Very concerning news coming in from Maharashtra. 2 people have lost their life, and this confirmation has come from the Police Commissioner. Sandeep, let me bring you in. We are getting the confirmation that 2 people have lost their life. What more do you know?
Yes, this is by the Pimpri Chinchwad Police Commissioner, that is Vinay Kumar Chaube. He has confirmed the death of 2 people right now. Whether there is any more to this, that is something that is not clear. But yes, as of now, the CP of Pimpri Chinchwad district has in fact given a clarity and confirmed 2 deaths. There are chances that the death toll may increase. But currently we are getting update regarding 2 people have in fact lost their life, and in fact as we were told that 6 to 7 people were rescued. So their health status is yet to be updated by the officials. But yes, as of now, from the people who were rescued, 2 have lost their lives, and 4 to 5 people are still trapped beside that very bridge where this incident has happened.
Absolutely, Sandeep. And what we're also learning that there was an orange alert for this area, and there was in fact quite rainfall. It was experiencing heavy rainfall over the last 2 days, which led to the rise of Indrayani river water level as well. Could that be one of the reason the rainfall and also the increasing water level? Are we learning anything about this?
See, it will be not correct to talk about the water level, because ultimately the officials have not in fact informed regarding the water levels. But yes, what was the condition of the bridge is very crucial to know, because this is a bridge collapse incident and not the overflow of the river. So ultimately, as of now, as far as the visuals are concerned, it is very clear that the bridge has collapsed and not the water has overflowed, the river water has overflowed. So the question out here is that whether the bridge was in a poor state, and if it was in a poor state, then why these these tourists were allowed to go over that very bridge. So whether there was any security guard at that very point in time when the people were heading over the bridge. So these are the questions that needs to be answered by the authorities. Absolutely. And the people responsible should be in fact taken to the task.
Absolutely. So whether there was shoddy construction of this bridge or not, that will come out during the investigation. But we are staying with the visuals. As in the visuals, you can see NDRF teams are there on the spot carrying out the relief and rescue operation. What we're learning is that that crane is being used to take out people who are feared to be trapped under that rubble. Very concerning news coming in from Maharashtra, this Pune area, and this is in fact a bridge built over Indrayani river in Kundamala area of rural Pune, which has collapsed. And what we're learning is that there were several tourists who were there on this bridge, around 100 to 150 tourists at one spot. They were there when this bridge had collapsed. Several have been rescued. There are fears that some may be trapped under that rubble that you can see where the rescue operations are currently underway. There's also these growing fear that some of them may have been swept away as well. We'll continue to track this story very closely for you. But these are the visuals that we are getting for you. Sandeep, we are showing our viewers the visuals of the relief and rescue operation that is currently underway. NDRF teams are at the spot and they are using a crane to sift through the rubble to find out people. What are you learning about those who might be trapped under that?
See, currently we have been in fact informed with the fact that there were 20 to 25 people who are drowned. So whether the people have swept away or not, it is something that we have to wait for the official confirmation. But yes, 20 to 25 people had drowned, and in fact the search operation is still underway. Until and unless they are located, it will be not right to get into the conclusion. But yes, what update that we are getting right now is that 2 people have lost their life. That is also being confirmed by the Pune police. So ultimately, the question that comes into the mind right now is that whether the bridge was in a proper state to handle that kind of a crowd. And as we heard one of the reaction, the person clearly mentions with the fact that in fact there were more than 100 people. So that also needs to be verified. There are high chances that there would be more a loss of life in this very case, and it will be a huge responsibilities of the disaster management teams to in fact locate these people who had who were in fact the part of that very incident. And as of now, the search and rescue operation is still underway, and we have to wait and watch until and unless there is more clarity given by the local authorities.
Absolutely, Sandeep. As we can also see in the visuals, the NDRF teams are there, police teams are also there on the spot, and these agencies are making intense efforts to locate and also save people and find those people who could be in fact trapped under that rubble. We'll keep tracking this story very closely for you, and we will get you more updates on this. What we're learning is that 2 people have lost their life. Relief and rescue operation continues. Police Commissioner has confirmed death of 2 people. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Dilapidated bridge collapse in Pune. At least 15 to 20 tourists fear trapped, 2 killed. Pakistan's claim of Rafale debunked by the Dassault chief. Rafale makers call Pak narrative inaccurate. Air India to discontinue flight number 171. Air India's Boeing 787 to undergo detailed inspection. Chopper crashes near Guptkashi in Uttarakhand. All 7 people on board dead. Israel strikes Iran's defense military headquarters and nuclear facility. Prime Minister Narendra Modi embarks on 3-nation visit to Cyprus, Canada, Croatia ahead of G7 summit. Prime Minister, viewers, we're getting these visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi landing there in Cyprus. Remember that he is on a crucial 3-nation visit. First, starting from here, he'll be also going to the G7 summit, and he'll also be visiting Croatia. This is a very crucial visit coming in. These are the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaching Cyprus. Here, viewers, Prime Minister will meet President Nikos to discuss expansion ties between the two countries in the areas such as trade, investment, security and technology. The press note that had come from Prime Minister's office, where he said that he is going to meet the President of Cyprus and considered Cyprus as a close friend with India. Joining us live on the phone line is our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, Prime Minister has landed in Cyprus. Remember, in his press note, he said that we consider the country as a close friend and will be working closely for better ties.
Yes, indeed, it is a close relationship in the Mediterranean, but the fact is that the Indian Prime Minister is being there after a gap of almost 24 years. And so I think this visit gains that much more salient. Prime Minister will be there engaging with the President of Cyprus, and there are bilaterals planned. There is a dinner being hosted for the Prime Minister tonight itself. He's been received at the Larnaca International Airport on the outskirts of Nicosia, and then there is, as I mentioned, a dinner, and then there is an engagement with the business community also in the evening itself before the dinner, and then tomorrow ceremonial welcome engagements, delegation level talks, and in the afternoon itself Prime Minister would be departing for Calgary, Canada, where he is going to be participating in the G7 summit. President Anastasiades of Cyprus is going to be hosting Prime Minister, and there is a greater focus on Mediterranean insofar as Indian diplomacy is concerned. Remember, we just a couple of days back hosted the Raisina Dialogues, the Mediterranean chapter in Marseille, France, and Foreign Minister Jaishankar was there, and the fact that the specific geography where Cyprus is also integral part of the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, and on most of the issues of geopolitics, India and Cyprus see in one direction. There is commonality of interest. For example, Cyprus supports India's permanent membership of the UN Security Council, Madhurima, and India supports Cyprus on what is called the Cyprus problem, essentially between the Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots, the green line in between them, and India typically stays on the side of the southern Greek Cypriots, the Republic of Cyprus, as it is called. So I think trade, people-to-people connect, and overall geopolitical alignment, the fact that Cyprus is a member of the European Union and we are close to signing a trade deal with the European Union, so it could become a an entry port, so to say, for not just the India-Middle East economic corridor, for the larger, for the EU community also. I think in that sense, it's a very important visit the Prime Minister has made. Cyprus a pit stop on his way to Canada, where he headed to the G7.
Yes, Abhishek. Abhishek, thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as it's a very crucial visit that the Prime Minister is on. Moving on, viewers, breaking news coming in. A bridge over Indrayani river near Kundamala village in Pune's Maharashtra collapsed. We've been bringing you minute-to-minute update of that collapse. According to the local police over there, approximately 10 to 15 individuals are feared dead. Now the Pune police is saying that at least 6 to 7 are injured. A few have been rescued. But the issue over here is that how many have been swept away. Remember, viewers, that around 15 to 20 people were on that bridge at the time of collapse and they all fell down. Rescue operations are underway. Emergency services at the moment are actively working to locate and assist those who've been affected by this collapse.
Information के तहत 2 casualties है और 6 से 7 लोग जो इंजर्ड है वो हॉस्पिटल में रवाना है।
कौन-कौन सी टीम यहाँ पे लगाई गई है रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन के लिए?
यहाँ पे एनडीआरएफ की जो टीम है वो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन के लिए आई है, लोकल पुलिस है और क्रेन और बचाव कार्य जारी है।
You heard that, viewers. That was the local authorities over there, local police, who's saying that the rescue operations are underway at the moment. At the spot, you are getting these visuals from the site of the accident, where you can see as to how there have been. There was a big time collapse over there. 15 to 20 people were on that bridge at the time this collapse happened. What we are learning from our primary sources is that they feared to have been swept away. These are the live visuals at the moment. You can see that along with the Pune police over there, we have rescue operation teams. The emergency team have acted quickly on the matter. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Sandeep. Sandeep, we are getting these live visuals on our screens where we can see the Pune police along with the other rescue teams carrying out the operation. What we are learning is multiple people have been swept away. They were on the bridge at the time collapse happened. Any news of those people?
See, currently the search and the rescue operation is still underway. They have no new recoveries in this very incident, but yes, what we've been told that 6 to 7 people have been in fact rescued by the local authorities out there, and the 2 teams of NDRF have been in fact deployed out there, also with the local authorities as well as the Pune Rural's disaster management team is working closely with the NDRF team to locate the people who have in fact swept away. The search operation is still underway. As of now, what we have been told is that there are 4 to 5 people who are still trapped beside that very bridge where this incident has happened. So the search and rescue operation is underway. More people are yet to be rescued in this case.
Well, absolutely, Sandeep. Sandeep, stay with us. Continue to talk to us about what is the situation right now. And as we know, there was an orange alert that was issued by the IMD for this specific area. And keeping in mind that it was a Sunday, so the number of tourists was also comparatively very high. What is the situation on the ground? How many rescue teams are working together to make sure as many people are saved safely over there? Sandeep.
See, as far as the statement given by the Zone 2 DCP of Pimpri Chinchwad, that is Vishal Gaikwad, he clarifies with the fact that this bridge was in a dilapidated state, and this incident happened between 3:30 and 4:30, and as far his statement, 6 to 7 people have been injured. That is what he says. So ultimately, the biggest highlight of his bite and his statement is that the bridge was in a dilapidated state, and we are also being told that earlier this bridge was closed. So the question out here is that if this bridge was in a dilapidated state, why the people were allowed to go on that very bridge? And in fact, there is already orange alert for the Pune district, where there are incessant rain already out there. So there are a lot of questions when this incident happened, whether there was any security guard who had stopped them to climb that very bridge, and in fact at that very point in time how many people were there, because as we played a bite a few minutes ago, a local who was there at the rescue operation, he clearly mentioned that there were more than 100 people over the bridge. So what is the exact figure? It is 20 to 30, or is it more than 30 people who were there on the bridge at the time of the incident? But as of now, the authorities have been saying that it is between 20 to 30, and 6 to 7 have been in fact got injured, and they have been in fact rescued, out of which 2 have lost their life. And what we've been told that there are more 4 to 5 people who are still trapped beside the bridge. So the rescue operation is also being carried with the help of the NDRF team. 2 teams of NDRF is there. Also the local disaster management team is
stay
also
with us.
there.
We have a statement coming in from the Maharashtra Chief Minister. He's issued a statement on the tragedy, saying that it is too early to draw conclusions. He said that the relief teams have been rushed to the spot and that the safety of people will be prioritized. Let's listen into what Devendra Fadnavis had to say.
आता मी विभागीय आयुक्त, तहसीलदार आणि पोलीस कमिशनर यांच्याशी बोललो आहे. आत्ता प्राथमिक माहिती एवढीच आहे की हा पूल तुटलेला आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये काही लोक जखमी झाले, त्या जखमींना हॉस्पिटलमध्ये नेलेलं आहे, आणि त्यासोबत काही लोक अडकलेले आहेत. त्यांच्याकरता NDRFची टीम त्या ठिकाणी पोहोचते आहे, त्यांना रेस्क्यू करण्याकरता. काही लोक वाहून गेल्याची शक्यता आहे. अजून त्या संदर्भातलं पूर्ण कन्फर्मेशन मिळालेलं नाही, किंवा कॅज्युअल्टीजच्या संदर्भातलं पूर्ण कन्फर्मेशन मिळालं नाही. त्यामुळे या क्षणाला त्याबद्दल बोलणं हे योग्य ठरणार नाही. पूर्ण माहिती याची मिळाल्यानंतर याच्यावर आपल्याला माहिती देता येईल. आत्ता प्रशासन तातडीनं सगळी मोबिलायझेशन करून आणि लोकांना कसा दिलासा देता येईल अशा प्रकारचा प्रयत्न चाललेला आहे.
We just heard Maharashtra Chief Minister over there. We're also getting some reactions from the locals over there. Let's listen in.
पुणे बावल तहसील में कुंडमाड़ा में इंद्रायणी रिवर पे एक पुराना ब्रिज था, साको ब्रिज. वो आज दोपहर 4 बजे के दरमियान पर्यटक यहाँ पे लगभग 4 पर्यटक घूमने आए थे. उसमें से 100-125 पर्यटक एक ही जगह पे ब्रिज पे खड़े थे. तो ब्रिज अचानक से कोलैप्स हो गए. उसमें लगभग 20-25 लोग बह के गए हैं. उसमें से कुछ लोग हमारे स्थानीय कार्यकर्ता ने बाहर निकाले और 4-5 लोग अभी भी ब्रिज के अंदर फंसे. ब्रिज का जो भाग पानी में गिरा है उसमें.
Let me go across to my colleague Sandeep over there, who's been bringing us all the updates. Sandeep, quickly wrap it up for our viewers who's joining us live at the moment as to how many people were there on the bridge at the time of collapse, how many have been swept away, and how many have been rescued so far. Sandeep.
See, we are getting the latest data from the Chief Minister office that 32 people have been injured, out of which 6 are in a critical stage, and they have been taken to the hospital out there. And in fact, we have been told that 2 have lost their lives. So that is the latest data that we have got, and also 6 have been rescued. That is what is also being said, and 6 the important agencies, the important disaster management agencies and the local authorities have been in fact deployed out there for a search and the rescue operation. So definitely a big update coming out from the Chief Minister's office right now.
Well, absolutely, Sandeep. Sandeep, we are getting these live visuals over there where we can see that the rescue operations are underway in full force. We can see the SDRF over there as well, I believe, along with the police officials, all working on that bridge that collapsed a couple of hours back. Tell us as to what the authorities have to say as to how are they going to augment this entire rescue operation and how soon are they looking for a culmination of that, meanwhile keeping in mind that the maximum lives should be saved. Sandeep.
See, as of now, what we are witnessing is that they are using Hydra machine as well as cranes as well are something that have also brought into the action for search and rescue operations. Several NDRF teams are also there using small boats to locate these people, and swimmers are also being brought out in. Remember, at this point in time when it is raining very heavily out there in Pune, Maharashtra, it will be very difficult for the disaster management agencies as well to carry out the search operations. But ultimately, the update that we are getting is that 6 have also been rescued in this very case, and the search operation for rest of the people are still underway, and more than 25 to 30 people were there, and there are chances that more than 25 to 30 people might have swept away. So the search operation is underway, and NDRF and the rest of the authorities are making efforts to locate them.
Absolutely, Sandeep. Sandeep, talk to us also about the fact that around 32 people have suffered injuries, of which 6 of them are critically injured at the moment, and they have been shifted to a nearby hospital there at the which was near this collapse site. Talk to us about that. How critical are these people? Do you have any word from the doctors where they have been admitted?
See, 32 have been injured, and out of which 6 are in a critical stage, and we've been told that 2 of them have lost their life. So that is the current data that we have got out from the local authorities and also with the Chief Minister's office right now. And the NDRF teams are taking help of Hydra machine as well as of cranes. The local authorities as well as the medical staff has also arrived out there. Ambulances have arrived out there in order to make sure that more and more lives could be saved, and they are being shifted to the local hospitals out there. We have been told that 6 are very critical out there, and in fact the medication and their treatment is underway. The rescue and search operation is still underway. So what we are expecting right now, that the death toll or the people who are still trapped inside that very river, the number could in fact increase in coming hour or two. But yes, it will be a huge responsibility and a huge task for the disaster management team to locate these people.
Absolutely, Sandeep. Sandeep, if we talk about the situation of that bridge, like you were highlighting, that the infrastructure was not proper. There were concerns raised in the past as well that the condition of this bridge is brittle. It's not in its absolute form. Still, there were tourists over there, like what we have learned from our sources from the ground, that there were around 20 of them on the bridge when the collapse happened, and keeping in mind that it was a Sunday. How was this being allowed, Sandeep? Are questions being raised on this issue, that how were people being allowed at a bridge which was so weak, and that there was an orange alert in the area, and still the tourists were allowed to wander around on this particular bridge?
पूरा 30 साल पहले अरेंजमेंट किया था, लेकिन यहाँ पे ज़्यादा पर्यटक लोग, टू व्हीलर वाले लोग उसके बीच में आके जिस टाइम आने का एक टाइम हुआ था, वो पूरा इकट्ठा 100-150 लोग आने के बाद उसके ऊपर ज़्यादा लोड होके नीचे फैल गए हैं। अभी 2 लोगों की मौत हुई है। बचाव कार्य यहाँ पे एनडीआरएफ का, पिंपरी चिंचवड़, पुणे कॉर्पोरेशन का पूरी तरफ से यहाँ पे सहयोग है। अभी तो फिलहाल में
क्या वजह है ब्रिज गिरने की, आपको क्या वजह लग रही है कि बहुत ज्यादा पुराना था या उसके रिपेयर भी किए गए थे क्या?
नहीं, तो बीच बीच में हम लोग रिपेयर भी करते थे, लेकिन यहाँ पे पर्यटकों को यहाँ पे टू व्हीलर आने के लिए मचाव किया था, यहाँ पे प्रतिबंधन किया था, फिर भी लोग यहाँ पे आते, तो अभी क्या ऐसा इंसिडेंट होना अच्छा नहीं है, लेकिन लोगों ने भी समझना चाहिए था।
नहीं, यहाँ पे इकट्ठा क्यों हुए थे लोग? इकट्ठा 100-150 लोग कैसे इकट्ठे हुए थे?
यहाँ पे टूरिस्ट लोग सैटरडे संडे ज्यादा करके टूरिस्ट लोग आते हैं, तो यहाँ पे टूरिस्ट लोगों को आजू बाजू में घूमने के लिए जगह है, वहाँ पे घूमना ठीक था, लेकिन ब्रिज के ऊपर आना मना होते हुए भी यहाँ पे आए, एक एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पे हुआ है।
So there we heard multiple reactions coming in from the ground. Let me go back to Sandeep. Sandeep, the question that I was asking you before, that the situation of the bridge was not good. It was, like you said, that it was in a very dilapidated condition. There was an orange alert in the area. Still, the tourists were allowed to go on that bridge. Sandeep.
See, definitely it is a very irresponsible act of the people, also by the administration, because ultimately if you go through with the bite that we just played, it is very much clear with the fact that as he mentions that the two-wheelers were not allowed at that very point in time. There was restrictions to take two-wheelers on that very bridge, but despite that, people had taken their vehicles out there on that very bridge. So this is indeed a very irresponsible kind of an act. But also there's one more question that arises on the part of administration, that why there was no security staff or someone to in fact stop them. So whether this arrangement was made by the local authorities or not, this is something that is very crucial, and definitely people who are responsible needs to be take responsibility of this very incident, because ultimately it was this bridge was in a very dilapidated state, and this was not the first time that the tourists were coming on that very spot, being it Sunday. So the questions definitely needs to be asked to the authorities, whether the necessary measurements were taken before this, as this incident has happened. Also, whether there was any kind of a security staff that was placed out there to stop these people who were heading over that very bridge. And also, as the bridge was in a very dilapidated condition, what kind of repair works were done to in fact make sure that this bridge remains in place and no such kind of any tragic incident happened. So these are the questions that administration as well as the government needs to in fact answer, because it is very clear with the fact that it is a tourist place, so definitely tourists will come. So why this bridge was open, and if at all opened, then why the two-wheelers were allowed, whether there was any kind of security staff.
Sandeep, tell me, like we are raising a very pertinent question over here. Sandeep, tell me, like we are raising a very pertinent question over here as to how the tourists were allowed over here at a bridge which was not in okay condition. Also, tell us about as to was there any warning or any board put up there that one must not really step on this bridge, the condition of the bridge is brittle. Did anything of that sort happen at the spot? Were there any warnings given? Or were these tourists cautioned that this is a bridge where they should not stand, and the fact that there's an orange alert, they should have, at least today, on the day when there's an orange alert, they should have sent these tourists back?
See, currently it will be very difficult for me to answer that, but yes, wherever when such kind of situation is there, or whether there was any bad weather kind of an alert. So definitely it is being published, and the district administration is put on the task in such kind of areas where there is a threat or to any kind of infrastructure. We see that in Mumbai, we see that in several other districts as well of the state of Maharashtra. So ultimately, despite of this bridge being, in a very dilapidated condition, and there was an orange alert. So whether the disaster management teams were placed there, whether the, as you mentioned that any notice board was put up there to stop the individuals to step up on the bridge, that is something that we have to look out for. But ultimately, wherever such kind of a dilapidated infrastructure is there, a board of administration is always placed as per the SOPs. So whether those SOPs were followed by the individual who stepped up on that very bridge is very crucial. There is a very grey line at this very point in time when it comes to tourist places. There are several tourist places where there are no security staff, and very lethargic behavior of corporations are witnessed when such kind of incident happened. So that is the reason, these incident happened, and in fact later on the administration gives clarification that this was a dilapidated bridge, and people were not supposed to go. So ultimately the responsibility is put up on the citizens or the locals out there. But what was the role of the administration? Why there was no security staff, and why didn't the security staff stop the people not only to climb up the bridge but also take two-wheelers on that very bridge? So back-to-back update from Pune on this very tragic incident. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
This week on Get Me Right, the proof of the adage that while nations keep armies, in the case of Pakistan, it's the army that keeps the nation. The Pak budget this year squeezes itself to make more space for Munir's army. And then we take a look at a major geopolitical shift that skipped headlines. China sent 2 of its aircraft carriers into the Pacific Ocean for the first time, inching closer to the United States coast. And finally, did the Congress call the bluff of Rahul Gandhi's caste politics by backtracking on the caste survey it did in Karnataka? Join me this Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
कि उनके मोबाइल भी अभी चल रहा है रिंग।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए,
और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 at 6 Stories with me, Akanksha Khajuria. And this evening, as we bring you all the stories from around the world, our focus will be on the heightened escalation in West Asia. First up, we'll tell you about the fresh escalation between Iran and Israel, and we'll show you where the attacks have been happening in the last 3 days. Next, we'll focus on the crash of helicopter carrying pilgrims of the Char Dham Yatra in Uttarakhand, a very concerning story that we're getting for you. Moving on, we'll tell you about the probe into the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country. Former Gujarat Chief Minister's DNA sample has matched with the remains. Then we'll focus on the bridge collapse in Pune. Rescue operation is underway and we have the reporter on ground to tell you what is happening. And finally, the Prime Minister has arrived in Cyprus. It is part of his 3-nation visit. These are the stories that we are tracking for you this evening. Let's get started. The first story that we're tracking is from Israel and Iran. In fact, the two countries exchanged fresh attacks today, with the Israeli Defense Forces claiming an extensive series of strikes on the headquarters of the Iranian Defense Ministry and a nuclear project. Israel struck 2 major energy facilities in Tehran in Iran, including its main gas depot and the central oil refinery. Iran, in fact, has hit back. At least 6 people have been killed and a dozen wounded when a blast heavily damaged a building in Bat Yam, that is a city just south of Tel Aviv in Israel. Let me show you the visuals of the attack and the counter-attack, in fact, that have been happening in the last few days. All right, so in the last few days, we have been seeing strikes and counter-strikes coming from both Iran as well as Israel. These are the visuals of the attack by Iran on Israel. On Friday, in fact, Israel launched a series of strikes against Iran, targeting the nuclear program and military infra. Iran has launched its own strike in retaliation, and Israel has continued to bombard Iran. In fact, late on Saturday night, Israel struck 2 major energy facilities in Tehran, including its main gas depot and central oil refinery. Israel's targeting of the critical energy infra is, in fact, it is a significant escalation in the military campaign against Iran. Many of these Iran strikes have been intercepted by Israeli missile defense system, but not all. In fact, overnight on Saturday, it was the deadliest night in Israel since Israel launched its surprise attack on Iran on Friday. At least 10 people, is what we are learning, are known to have been killed during multiple Iranian missile barrage. Overnight, 3 people have lost their life. All of them are, in fact, civilians. Let me show you the map. In fact, West Asia is on the edge again. Let me show you, explain this entire situation to you through the map. This is the map of Iran, where Israel has been, in fact, attacking several places in the last 3 days. Let me take you through one by one. First is Tabriz. This is where explosion was heard near the nuclear research center. Moving on, This is Tehran. In fact, 2 major energy facilities were struck by Israel in the last 3 days. And this is a very important place. This is Natanz. This is Iran's main nuclear facilities. So in the last 3 days, Israel has attacked nuclear facilities, targeted their military leaders. Now let's focus on where Iran hit Israel. I would request my team to show us the second map, and that is of Israel as far as the attack is concerned. Now, as far as Israel is concerned, there have been attacks on firstly, the Kriya, there the missile struck Israeli Defense Forces headquarters, and we also have details about, in fact, a strike that took place last night in which a building was hit and many people have lost their lives. All right, so West Asia is on the edge, and we've been showing you visuals of Israel and Iran on here on the map. Escalation has been going on in the last few days. In fact, there were to be talk between US and Iran, nuclear talks today, which have been cancelled after Iran said that the talks with US in fact are completely meaningless to them. We have seen reaction coming in from Donald Trump as well, and he has said that US has nothing to do with the attacks. Let me go across to Jitendra Oja, who continues, who in fact joins us on Republic. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. We've been witnessing escalation between Iran and Israel from the past 3 days. Israel has hit an oil depot. On the other hand, Iran has also hit back at Israel. And in fact, what we're learning is that 10 people have lost their life. How would you assess the situation, sir?
Look, Israel has made a multi-pronged attack, and its objective is not only to militarily incapacitate Iran, but it is also seeking to change a regime. Israel has shown, a remarkable courage, one can say, to launch these preemptive strikes. They have managed to integrate intelligence with the defense attacks, and intelligence is not only making good assessment of what is going to be likely response of Iranians. They have not only anticipated Iranian moves, but they've also integrated their weapon system. They have been operating inside Iran, created, a lot of assets and small time, you can say, war-making capacities. This Iranian military chief has been saying they are absolutely safe and they can attack Israel, and next day they are dead. So Israel has also been very careful not to attack civilian targets. So fact is that, Israeli intelligence establishment has been anticipating for a long time that if Iran is able to develop its nuclear capacities or the kind of infrastructure Iran had created through its multiple proxies, these constituted existential threat to Israel. But it definitely required Israeli Prime Minister to take this kind of decision that he will go for this preemptive attack and virtually, one can say, to some extent, numb Iran through these attacks. But Iran is a very powerful country. All said and done, many consider Iran as regional superpower in West Asia, stronger than even Saudi Arabia in certain areas. So this is not going to be very easy. But yes, out of many of their missile launch facilities also, Israel has, one can say, paralyzed to some extent. Yes, yet Iran has more than 3,000 missiles it is expected, including some hypersonic weapon system, which it has developed in collaboration with North Korea. So this we have to watch for some time, but their top military leadership is gone, almost gone. And still it is not clear what kind of targets Iran is hitting. It is difficult to say at this point of time. All missiles will not be intercepted in Israel. We have to be very aware of it. Yet Iran will be able to inflict significant damages, but yet Iranian response is not as measured, not as precise as I can say Israeli this thing. And in larger this thing, one has to be, as you mentioned, that without American concurrence, this is not possible. Even though America is denying, people say that even Saudi Arabia, to some extent, would be having some degree of concurrence. Any change in power equation would go to the advantage of Saudi Arabia. So this will have long-term implications, but next few days are going to be very critical if Israel succeeds in its larger objective of regime change in Iran.
Absolutely. It remains to be seen how this entire situation pans out in the coming days. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now we're shifting our focus to the state of Uttarakhand. 7 people died after a helicopter carrying pilgrims of Char Dham Yatra from Kedarnath crashed near Rudraprayag in Gaurikund today. Now those who lost their lives have been identified as Captain Rajbir Singh Chauhan from Jaipur. He was the pilot of this helicopter. Vikram Rawat from Ukhi Mat in Uttarakhand, Vinod Devi, Trishiti Singh from Uttar Pradesh, Rajkumar Suresh Jaiswal, Shraddha Rajkumar Jaiswal and 2-year-old Kashi from Maharashtra. In fact, the Uttarakhand government has suspended the helicopter services on the Char Dham Yatra route for the next 2 days and ordered a high-level probe into this accident. But very important to mention here that this is not the first time that such an accident has happened in Uttarakhand. On June 7th, last week, 6 people, including the pilot, had a narrow escape when a helicopter on its way to Kedarnath made an emergency landing on the highway in Rudraprayag district, where this incident, in fact, happened. Now, DGCA has ordered special audit into helicopter operations involved in the shuttle services in Uttarakhand following the spate of occurrences which have been happening in the last 1 week. 2 incidents and 1 deadly incident in the one last week that we have witnessed. All right, so this is situation as far as Uttarakhand is concerned. As I told you, on June 7th, there was an incident in which there was an emergency landing, but very tragically today, 7 people lost their life after a helicopter crashed while pilgrims were on the Char Dham Yatra. All right, so let me tell you more about the incident that has taken place today. As you can see in the visuals right here, these are the visuals of the rescue operation that in fact still continues in Uttarakhand. This is a helicopter that has crashed. We can see the teams of NDRF and SDRF. 7 people, including 2 pilots, have lost their life. Helicopter was ferrying the Char Dham pilgrims when this incident happened. 5 kilometers walk away from Gaurikund. Crash near Kedarnath in Rudraprayag. This is a location where that entire incident has taken place, and we've been showing you the visuals since morning, and our focus is on this story. Pilot Rajbir Singh Chauhan, he among with others have lost their lives. Total 7 deaths as far as this case is concerned. Victims from Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Maharashtra, and 2 small children have also lost their life. Uttarakhand government has ordered a high-level probe in this case. DGCA has also issued the direction. Chopper services has been suspending on this entire area that leads to Kedarnath for the next 2 days. We are learning that inspection of the helicopters of that area will also be carried out in the next few days to see if they are facing any technical snag and how it can be fixed. So this is as far as today's incident, a very tragic one, is concerned, in which 7 people lost their life. But as we've been in fact telling you that this is not the first time that such an incident has taken place. On June 7th, another incident took place. This was in fact on June 7th, and this is the name of the aviation, the helicopter. Kestrel Aviation chopper made an emergency landing, and this was also something that had shocked the people. 6 people, including pilot, had a very narrow escape as it made the emergency landing. Chopper developed a technical snag during the takeoff, and as we've been telling you, that is why the government is now focusing on the helicopters that are ferrying the pilgrims. Emergency landing on highway in Rudraprayag, and this happened on June 7th, just a week after this tragic incident took place. As far as this is concerned, DGCA has ordered special audit of the chopper operation in the state of Uttarakhand so that these technical snags can be found out. Focus is on Char Dham shuttle services after the incident, because a lot of people who go for Char Dham Yatra, they take these shuttles, and that is why it is very important that these things are fixed. In fact, after the spate of occurrences that we've been witnessing, enhanced surveillance ordered across Uttarakhand. This is as far as Uttarakhand government and DGCA, which is a regulatory body under the Ministry of Civil Aviation, is concerned. Very concerning news coming in from Uttarakhand. Deadly, tragic incident that has taken today. All right, so let me go across to my colleague Ratan Negi, who continues to track this story very closely for us. Ratan Negi, I want to ask you, this is not the first time, as we've been telling our viewers, that such an incident has taken place. On June 7th also, a helicopter made a emergency landing after there was a technical snag in it. And today, because of that, in fact, we lost 7 innocent lives. Give us more details about this incident.
सबसे पहले अगर बात करें तो ये हेलीकॉप्टर जो है सुबह 5:17 पर आर्यन एविएशन यानी गुप्तकाशी से केदारनाथ के लिए उड़ान भरता है और केदारनाथ में उड़ान टेक ऑन करने के बाद वहां से जो श्रद्धालु है पायलट समेत 7 लोग ये वापस गुप्तकाशी के लिए आ रहे होते। इसी बीच इनके रास्ते में बादल आ जाता है, जो जानकारी यहाँ पर मिली, और दुर्घटनावश गौरीकुंड से के 5 किलोमीटर ऊपर त्रिजुगी नारायण के बीच में ये हेलीकॉप्टर क्रैश हो जाता है, जिसमें पायलट समेत 7 लोगों की दुखद मौत हो जाती है। ये जानकारी यहाँ पर मिली। इसके बाद मुख्यमंत्री शोक संवेदना करते हैं, अधिकारियों को दिशा निर्देश देते हैं। उचित हाई लेवल की बैठक यहाँ पर 11 बजे होती है और जो जानकारी अब हमारे पास निकल कर आ रही है, इसमें 4 धाम यात्रा के लिए जो आर्यन एविएशन है जिससे ये हादसा हुआ, इसका तत्काल प्रोसेस से निलंबित कर दिया गया है। कि 4 धाम यात्रा में अब जो आर्यन एविएशन है ये जो कंपनी है इसको यहाँ पर निलंबित कर दिया गया है, यानी सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है। ये अब यहाँ पर काम नहीं करेगी। इसके साथ ही 2 पायलट्स हैं जिनका नाम कैप्टन योगेश गैरवाल है और दूसरे कैप्टन जितने हरजाई है। मौसम के अनुकूल इनको प्लेन उड़ाते हुए यानी हेलीकॉप्टर उड़ाते हुए देखा गया है। इन दोनों का जो लाइसेंस है ये 6 महीने के लिए यहाँ पर निलंबित कर दिया गया। ये जानकारी यहाँ पर निकल रही है। इसके साथ ही सुरक्षा एहतियात के तौर पर 15-16 जून 2025 क्षेत्र में सभी चार्टर और शटल हेलीकॉप्टर परिचालन को निलंबित कर दिया गया। इससे पहले की अगर बात की जाए तो मुख्यमंत्री धामी ने लगातार यहाँ पर बैठक ली है, अधिकारियों की हाई लेवल की मीटिंग ली है। इस मीटिंग में हेलीकॉप्टर से संबंधित जो घटना इस पर काफी दुख जताया गया, शोक व्यक्त किया गया है और इस घटना के जो है जांच के आदेश यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री ने दिए। सोमवार तक के लिए 4 धाम जो यात्रा है उसके लिए हेलीकॉप्टर यहाँ पर बंद रहेगा, मौसम के अनुसार खुलेगा। हेली उड़ान है इसके लिए जो है यहाँ पे कमांड है कोऑर्डिनेशन सेंटर की स्थापना की बात की गई कि एक कोऑर्डिनेटर सेंटर स्थापित वहां पर किया जाएगा। मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा है कि उन्हीं पायलटों को अनुमति दी जाए जिनकी उच्च हिमालय क्षेत्रों में हेली उड़ान की दीर्घकालीन अनुभव, यानी उन्हीं पायलटों को अनुमति दी जाए हेलीकॉप्टर चलाने की जिनका एक उच्च पर्वतीय क्षेत्र में उड़ाने का एक अनुभव हो। इसके साथ ही डीसीजीआई द्वारा निर्धारित गाइडलाइनों का जो अनुपालन नहीं करेगा, जो उसका पालन नहीं किया जाएगा, उसके लिए सख्त नियम बनाए गए हैं। उनको तत्काल उनकी लापरवाही पर सख्त कार्रवाई होगी, ये मुख्यमंत्री के निर्देश दिए। इसके साथ ही अगर बात की जाए तो मौसम जिस तरह से केदारनाथ की वैली पर
Absolutely, very tragic incident that has taken place in the state of Uttarakhand. 7 people have lost their life. Thank you, Ratan Negi, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. From this tragedy, we are moving to the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country. 70 hours after the Air India plane crash tragedy, the DNA of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani has matched with the remains recovered from the wreckage of Air India. Now, 32 other DNA samples have also matched. While many more families await the mortal remains of their family members, the investigation is picking up pace. Akhil joins us live from Ahmedabad to get us more on the crash tragedy. Akhil, I want to come to you and try to understand from you as far as the investigation in this case is concerned, because on one hand DNA samples of several people have matched, but tell us about where the investigation has reached now and what is happening there on the spot.
Well, Akanksha, if you see, the investigation in this very case has been going on 2 different levels. It's a 2-tier investigation. The first investigation, which is being done by the AAIB, which is the Aircraft Accident Investigative Bureau, that is doing the investigation, and the second investigation is being done by the high-level committee, which was formed yesterday itself by the Union Civil Aviation Minister and which is headed by Union Home Secretary. In the first investigation, what we have seen, which is being done by the AAIB, in that investigation, we have seen that that a 5-member team has arrived from the national capital on the day of the very incident, and since then this team has been over here, and that team, in collaboration with the DGCA, in collaboration with the ATC, has been constantly working. And if you see in this very operation, what we have been seeing, that the local intelligence unit of the state police, apart from that, if you see the disaster management team, the forensic department team, all these teams are basically aiding the process of this investigation. And if you see what has happened on 13th of June, what we have seen that at around 5 p.m., the black box was recovered. So black box is going to be very crucial element. So once it will be decoded, because it will take another 72 hours to get some results, initial results on that finding. So the NDRF team basically accessed the black box, and then they submitted to the AAIB, and right now it's under the AAIB's jurisdiction. So right now the investigation is going on that front of the black box. So black box will give us the more details regarding that, at what point in time the pilot basically lost the control with the ATC, Air Traffic Control Department, and after that how basically what was the communication at that point in time, and how basically this mishap took place. So all these nuanced detail will come out after the investigation from the black box data. So once it will be decoded, then things will come out. The second part of this investigation, Akanksha, if you see, which is headed by the Union Home Secretary, in that team what we have seen that several experts have been brought in, looped in that investigation, in which what we have seen that from Indian Air Force, inspection and safety DG has also been involved in that, additional DG has been involved in that case, Ahmedabad Police Commissioner, because this is the ground zero from where this incident took place. So Ahmedabad Police Commissioner is also the part of the team. DG of the DGCA is also part of this high-level committee. Apart from that, if you see, Secretary of the Ministry of Civil Aviation is also part of the committee. Additional Secretary from the Ministry of Home Affairs is also part of the committee. So it's a very high panel, multidisciplinary committee which will inspect, not only will inspect this very case. Apart from that, they have also been given a mandate to create a safety guidelines for further reforms in the aviation sector. So that is going to be very crucial for the next few months, because the mandate which has been given to the high-level committee will be submitting its report within 90 days. Back to you.
Absolutely. All eyes will be on the investigation in this case. A black box has been recovered. Very crucial to find out what really comes out of that. Thank you, Akhil, for all the detail. Keep tracking that story very closely for us. Now shifting our focus to Maharashtra. 2 tourists have died and several others are feared to have drowned after a bridge built over the Indrayani river in Pune has collapsed, and that happened today at around 2 o'clock is what we're learning. This was reported from Kundamala, a popular tourist destination that sees high footfall during monsoon. Scores of tourists were there on the bridge at a time when this collapse took place. They fell into the swollen river is what we're learning. Police and disaster relief workers, including NDRF, which is National Disaster Response Force, they reached the spot and the rescue work has started. 6 people have been rescued so far. 2 people have lost their life. All right, so this is as far as the rescue operation is concerned. As you can see in the visuals, NDRF teams are there on the spot and they're trying to get the people out who may be, in fact, trapped inside that rubble of that bridge from there. And these efforts are underway to bring out people who could be under that trouble. Now, shifting our focus, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has in fact, before we get to that story, let me go across to my colleague Sandeep, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Sandeep, what are we learning about this rescue operation? Because as you've been reporting, 6 to 7 people have been rescued, but there is a possibility that there are few people who could be trapped under the rubble. Give us more details.
See, as far as the latest update that is coming up from Pune rural is that 5 people have lost their life. That is being confirmed by the local MLA out there. The local MLA has confirmed with the fact that due to this very tragic incident, 5 people have lost their life. In fact, that bridge was in a dilapidated condition, and in fact, it was 100 years old bridge, and despite that, there were people who went up on the bridge with their 2-wheelers. That is what also being said by the locals and the local authorities out there. Also, there was a notice that was in fact put up by the local authorities to not to go up on the bridge. Despite that, the people climbed up on the bridge, and not only that, which also led to the loss of life of 5 people. Earlier, 6 to 7 people were rescued, and out of which 5 have lost their life. There are 25 to 30 people who are still missing, in fact, and the search and rescue operation is still underway. So the NDRF and the SDRF teams are on the spot to carry out the search operation.
Absolutely. Search operation continues. As you've been telling us about it, that notice that was pasted onto this bridge. Tell us more about that, because we're learning that this bridge was old, in fact, Sandeep.
See, 100 years old bridge, that is what is being confirmed by the local authorities and the administration out there. And a notice was put up by the administration for the tourists, in fact, not to climb up on the bridge. But despite all that stuff, people went up there, and due to heavy rains, in fact, remember at this point in time, Maharashtra is witnessing incessant rains across the district, and there was already an orange alert issued for the Pune district today by the IMD department. So, being it a Sunday, as it is a tourist destination, many tourists went there, and unfortunately people lost their life. But the question out here is that as the administration was aware with the fact that it is a bridge which is something which is highly attractive for the tourists, so why there was no security guard placed? Was a notice enough for the tourists to keep them aside or keep them away from that very dilapidated bridge? So there are several questions that needs to be answered by the local administration and also the people who are responsible, whether there will be any kind of criminal case filed by Pune Rural Police against those who are responsible in this case, whether it is only the responsibility of the citizens to in fact keep their safety. What about the administration is something that administration needs to respond.
Absolutely. So if there was a notice that was pasted onto that bridge, shouldn't there have been a security guard to deter people from coming to that area? Very tragic incident that has come to the fore from Maharashtra. Keep tracking those details for us, Sandeep. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has embarked on the three-nation tour of Cyprus, Canada and Croatia. He said that this is an opportunity to galvanize global understanding on tackling terrorism in all its form and manifestation. In fact, just a while back, he has landed in Cyprus. Here's more.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Sunday embarked on a significant three-nation tour with scheduled visits to the Republic of Cyprus, Canada and Croatia. This diplomatic journey aims to bolster India's international relations and explore new avenues for cooperation across various sectors. The first stop of Prime Minister Modi's itinerary is the Republic of Cyprus, where he will engage in discussions with President Nikos Christodoulidis. The visit comes on the backdrop of long-standing friendship between India and Cyprus. Following his visit to Cyprus, the Prime Minister will move to Kananaskis in Canada to participate in the G7 summit, where he is invited by the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. The Indian diaspora extended a warm welcome to the Prime Minister, expressing a hope for fresh start in rebuilding India. India's growing global influence is clear, as highlighted by former Deputy National Security Advisor Pankaj Saran, who explains why India's presence at G7 is essential despite diplomatic challenges. The Prime Minister will join global leaders in addressing pressing international issues with major focus on the Global South. The final leg of the tour will take Prime Minister Modi to Croatia. The visit aims to strengthen ties between the two nations. The three-nation tour marks the first foreign visit of Prime Minister Modi since India's Operation Sindoor.
This is all we could pack for you in this bulletin. We'll be back tomorrow with more stories at 6 at 6. Keep watching Republic TV.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar.
Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We're keeping our focus on the bridge collapse in Pune in Maharashtra. 2 people have lost their life. We'll tell you more about this, but first up as always, the headlines. There's been a bridge collapse in Pune in Maharashtra. At least 15 to 20 tourists fear trapped, 2 have killed. Pakistan's claim of Rafale debunked by Dassault chief. Rafale maker calls Pak narrative inaccurate. Air India to discontinue flight number 171. Air India's Boeing 787 to undergo detailed inspection. Chopper crashes near Gupt Kashi in Uttarakhand, and all the 7 people on board have been killed. Israel strikes Iran's defense military headquarters and nuclear facility. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lands in Cyprus. He was welcomed by the president there. We have a breaking news coming in from Pune in Maharashtra. Political blame game has begun over the bridge collapse in Pune. Uddhav Sena has blamed administration over negligence and demanded stringent punishment behind the accident. 2 tourists have been killed and several others are feared to have drowned after a bridge built over Indrayani River in Pune collapsed in the afternoon today. Over 32 people is what we're learning have sustained injuries, of whom 6 are currently critical. NDRF teams are on the spot to rescue the trapped tourists. So this is as far as the politics is concerned. Uddhav Sena has blamed the administration. Listen in to what the leaders have been saying.
हमारे महाराष्ट्र के पुणे के पास तले गांव में जो इंद्रायणी पुल के
टूट जाने की वजह से कई लोग बह गए, 2 लोग तो मृत भी हो गए हैं, कई लोग अभी घायल हैं, कई लोग अभी बह गए हैं, बचाव कार्य चल रहा है, एनडीआरएफ की टीमें लगी हैं, पुलिस लगी हुई है, प्रशासन लगा हुआ है। लेकिन एक सवाल उठता है कि जब कोई ब्रिज जर्जर था और उसको बंद कर दिया गया था तो वहां पर प्रशासन क्यों नहीं था, वहां बैरिकेटिंग क्यों नहीं थी, वहां पुलिसकर्मी क्यों नहीं थे, और उस पुल को बनाया क्यों नहीं गया? क्या जानबूझकर पहले लोगों को वहां इकट्ठा किया गया कि लोग वहां मर जाएं? क्या ये सब साजिश चल रही है? क्या इसीलिए सरकारों को हम चुनकर देते हैं? हम इसमें राजनीति नहीं करेंगे, किसी भी पार्टी की सरकार हो, कोई भी प्रशासन हो, लेकिन लोगों की जिंदगी से खिलवाड़ क्यों? न वायु मार्ग सुरक्षित है, न जल मार्ग सुरक्षित है, न हेलीकॉप्टर सुरक्षित है। अरे हमारे देश में सुरक्षित क्या है?
देखो ऐसा है, अहमदाबाद की घटना, उत्तराखंड की घटना और यानी केदारनाथ की घटना, और अभी 1 घंटे पहले जो महाराष्ट्र में मावल में जो घटना हुई, क्या कहे उसके बारे में? मौत ये किसी को कह के तो आती नहीं है, बुलावा आया है, लोग चले गए, लेकिन ऐसा होना ये दिल को दर्द देने वाला है। उन लोगों के आत्माओं को शांति मिले, इसके सिवा और हम क्या कर सकते हैं? मुझे मालूम नहीं ब्रिज कितना पुराना है, मैंने जो ब्रिज देखा है वहाँ पे जो वीडियो आया है वो ब्रिज मुझे पुराना सा दिख रहा है। शासन की ये जिम्मेदारी, ये नहीं बोलना चाहिए क्योंकि अभी लोग चले गए, लेकिन जिस तरीके से वो लोखंड का है वो ब्रिज, आप अगर सूक्ष्म नज़र से वो लोखंड के ब्रिज को देखो तो पहले से ही कमकुवत हो गया है, तो उसकी पहले से ही उसको रोक देना चाहिए था। मुझे मालूम नहीं सत्य परिस्थिति क्या है, उसके आगे मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहूँगा।
Let me go across to my colleague Sandeep, who continues to track this story very closely. Sandeep, 4 hours after this tragic incident took place, the political blame game has started. In fact, questions are being asked that if the bridge was so old, notice was pasted onto it, then why was there no security guard there to stop people to enter that bridge area? Take us through the war of words as far as this entire incident is concerned.
See, definitely very serious questions are being raised to the local authorities as well as to the government at this point in time, be it Uddhav Sena's leader or NCP Sharad Pawar camp Jitendra Wad. All of them are raising the same question that the bridge was dilapidated. So why the people were allowed to go up on that very bridge? Where were the authorities? Whether there was any kind of security guards or not? So definitely this is a very serious question that opposition is raising before the government as well as before the administration. But at this point in time, the government and the local administration is in fact focusing on the rescue operations out there. The search and rescue operation is underway.
Absolutely.
NDRF and the SDRF teams are placed out there to carry out the search and rescue operation. 5 deaths have been confirmed by the local MLA out there, and the search for the rest of the people, around 20-25 people have swept away in this very incident. So the search and rescue operation is still underway.
Absolutely. 5 people have lost their life. Sandeep, tell us more about this rescue operation that is underway, because we can see in the visuals that NDRF teams are there on the spot. What all teams are there? How many people have been rescued? Because you told us that 5 people have lost their lives.
See, that is what is being confirmed by the local MLA, that 5 have lost their lives, 6 to 7 have been in fact rescued and they were taken to the hospital. They were in the critical stage. So whether these are the new 5 people who have lost their life, that is need to be something that needs to be clarified by the authorities. But 5 have lost their life. That is what is being confirmed by the local MLA. Apart from that, there are Hydra machines, there are crane which are placed at this point in time with the NDRF and the SDRF to carry out the search and the rescue operations. We are also being told that there are still 4 to 5 people who are still trapped beside this very bridge. So that is something they are taking help of machines, cranes, etc. to in fact lift that very dilapidated bridge, so that the people who are trapped inside that very bridge, they can be rescued. Whether they are alive or dead, that is something that will be cleared by the hospital. But at this point in time, the cardiac ambulances are present out there to give immediate medical attention to the people who are getting recovered or rescued from that very spot.
Absolutely. Sandeep, keep tracking those details for us. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, we are shifting our focus. This is as far as Prime Minister is concerned. In a significant diplomatic outreach, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Cyprus today, marking the first ever visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the island nation. This visit, as you can see in the visuals as well, that is Prime Minister meeting the diaspora there, shaking hands with them, and look at the excitement on their faces as Prime Minister has arrived in Cyprus. And this visit is seen as an important stopover ahead of the G7 summit in Canada and a reflection of India's renewed focus on strengthening ties with the European partners. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was received with a ceremonial welcome at the international airport by the President of Cyprus. His arrival is being described as a historic moment by both Indian and the Cyprus diplomatic sources. During this visit, Prime Minister is scheduled to hold delegation-level talks with the President of Cyprus, and key issues which will be on focus will include expanding cooperation in trade and investment.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
तो ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण तस्वीर।
All right, so these are the visuals of Prime Minister there meeting with the diaspora. You heard the chants of Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Modi, Modi chants there in Cyprus as he has arrived there as a part of three-nation visit wherein he will also go to Canada for the G7 summit and the first ever visit to Croatia by an Indian Prime Minister. Very important to point out here is that this is in fact the visit by the Prime Minister, any Prime Minister of India in 23 years. Two such visits have happened 40 years back by Indira Gandhi in 1982 and Atal Bihari Vajpayee in 2002. Now we're shifting our focus. A late-night police action at the BJP district office in Bankura has triggered a fierce political backlash in West Bengal. The Bharatiya Janata Party has accused the state police of acting under the political pressure of TMC and attempting to intimidate the opposition party. Here's a quick report on that. Take a look.
A major political storm is brewing in West Bengal after a late-night incident at the BJP office in Bankura. The BJP alleged that police officials led by the officer in charge of Bankura Sadar police station tried to break open the lock of the party office in the dead of night. The BJP has called this act a blatant display of fascism and accused Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee of using the state police as her personal enforcers.
Heinous crime, I feel, and that has been conducted by a police officer. We are going to the court and we are lodging a FIR against that police officer at a midnight without any that is what is it said warrant, without any warrant. They have raided the BJP office. They have broken the lock of the BJP office, and it is not accepted. And this is, BJP is the world's largest democratic party, and we will fight against it both legally as well as politically.
Leader of opposition Shuvendu Adhikari echoed the outrage, slamming the West Bengal police for what he described as a cowardly attempt to harass opposition workers. He said that the officers acted like thieves and dacoits. The BJP alleges a pattern of partisan policing, citing recent incidents in Murshidabad, Maheshtala and Bolpur, where the police failed to act against mob violence. The party has demanded accountability and promised legal and political retaliation against what it calls state-sponsored political vendetta in West Bengal.
Now moving on, tensions in Middle East have escalated dramatically. Deadly missile exchange happened between Iran and Israel, and it has pushed the region closer to open conflict. In the latest strike last night, in fact, Iranian missiles hit neighborhoods near Tel Aviv in Israel, killing and injuring several civilians, while Israel responded by targeting key sites in Iran, including its energy sector and defense ministry headquarters as well. Here's the latest on the destruction, rising fear and the human cost of this unfolding crisis in West Asia. Have a look.
In the early hours of Sunday, neighborhoods outside Tel Aviv were plunged into chaos. Iranian missiles tore through apartment blocks and cars, leaving behind a path of destruction and fear. The damage was widespread. Debris littered the streets. Emergency responders raced to the scene, using drones to locate survivors in places too dangerous to reach on foot. First responders moved quickly, their eyes scanning for movement, their hearts burdened with the urgency of saving lives. Amid the chaos, residents fled with whatever little they could carry. Further north, in Tamara, tragedy struck again. A direct hit reduced an entire structure to rubble. One person was confirmed dead as teams continued to search for others. This latest exchange of fire is part of a spiraling confrontation. On Friday, Israel launched a surprise strike, targeting Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. In retaliation, Tehran unleashed a deadly barrage of missiles and drones. Israel's counterstrikes targeted Iran's energy sector and the defense ministry headquarters, an escalation unprecedented in recent years. Israeli President Isaac Herzog warned that the region is at a historic crossroads.
We are now at a historic crossroads, not only for Israel, but for the entire Middle East. On the one hand, the threat of terrorist jihad that seeks to dominate the region, whilst on the other, there's the vision of partnership, hope for the better future and peace, what I call the day after.
While Iran's leaders called on the international community to condemn what they described as violations of their sovereignty.
و عواقب او رو بیچاره خواهد کرد به توفیق الهی. انشاءالله با قدرت عمل خواهد شد و با اونها مماشاتی نخواهیم کرد.
Behind the headlines and the missiles are families, displaced, mourning, surviving. This is no longer just a military exchange. It's a humanitarian crisis unfolding in real time.
יש לי תינוק פג בן 3 שבועות, הוא נולד בשבת לפני 3 שבועות בדיוק. חמוד קטן, עוד קליל. כשהתחילו הבלגנים שלשום, התחילו הירי אתמול, סליחה, אנחנו ירדנו מהפגיעה.
As day breaks and the dust settles, the question remains, what comes next in a region teetering on the edge of war?
Now, another major story that we are tracking is from Ahmedabad in Gujarat. As far as the plane crash tragedy is concerned, what we're learning is that state government has constituted 22 teams, while 47 DNA samples of the victims have been matched, including that of former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. His last rites will be conducted tomorrow. 25 bodies have been handed over to their respective families. DGCA, which is the regulatory authority, their officials along with AAIB are conducting the investigation in this case. Let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who continues to track this story very closely. Gopi, on one side, investigation is underway. On the other, there's a human angle. DNA testing is underway at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. Tell us how many DNA testing have been done, and then also tell us about former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, his test samples, and when the last rites will be conducted.
Well, in fact, Akanksha, just a short while back at around 5:30, there was a joint press conference by one of the IPS officers as well as the medical superintendent of Civil Hospital of Ahmedabad, where they informed us that, 47 samples, as you've correctly said, 47 samples, DNA samples have been matched, while 44 families have been contacted out of it, and total 25 bodies have been handed over. Well, it was after 70 hours of the plane crash that Vijay Rupani's DNA sample was matched, and finally they have got Vijay Rupani's body. Now, to tell our viewers about what is going to happen tomorrow, it is at around 11 that Vijay Rupani's body will be handed over to the family. The entire family of Vijay Rupani is currently based in Gandhinagar. Tomorrow, the final procession and rites are going to happen in Rajkot. While he is going to, the mortal remains will be taken from Ahmedabad airport to Hirasar airport, Rajkot, and the mortal remains are going to reach there at around 2 p.m. So later in the evening at around 5 to 6, the final rites of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani will be taking place at Rajkot's Ratpara crematorium. While what we are also learning from our sources is that one day mourning has been declared by the state, by Gujarat state government, and the flags will be hoisted half past till entire week. Back to you.
Absolutely. All focus will be on the last rites of the former Chief Minister of Gujarat. Keep tracking that story, Gopi. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Jammu and Kashmir. Police there has launched a fresh crackdown on the associates of Pakistan-based terror commanders. Have a look at this report.
Forces continue crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Security forces have launched yet another massive search operation in the Poonch region. On radar are the terror associates of Pakistan-based terrorist commanders. The latest operation has been launched in the Suijan area of Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir. On your screen are the pictures of search operations from this morning. Searches have been launched at over 8 locations across the Poonch district. Police officials have been doing door-to-door searches. This is the third time in a month that such search operations have been launched to identify and nab the terror associates. Associates and relatives of Pakistan-based terror commanders who are from Jammu and Kashmir have been on the radar of forces specifically after the Pahalgam attack.
As tensions escalate between Iran and Israel, the United States has maintained a cautious distance, focusing on preventing Tehran from going nuclear while keeping diplomatic back channels alive. But for India, the stakes are even higher. With the deep economic, cultural and strategic ties to both the nation, New Delhi must navigate a razor-thin diplomatic path. This exclusive report decodes US strategies, Iran's nuclear ambitions, Israel's military posture and India's high-wire act in the region on the edge. Have a look.
Definitely, USA has already said, and their president is also very keen, that USA does not get directly involved in this war between Iran and Israel. There is a strategic reason for this. America's ultimate objective is that Iran should not make a nuclear weapon. And America wants to continue talks with Iran under the patronage of IAEA, so that Iran finally agrees to either stop or at least slow down its nuclear enrichment program. Probably last 5-6 rounds of talks did not yield much. But now, after that, this attack, Iran is definitely feeling that it is under a huge amount of military pressure and some amount of diplomatic pressure from international community. So America will maneuver in a manner so that Israel stops this war from Israel's side in next few days, so that America can again persuade Israel's political leadership to restart the negotiations and the talks which were continuing in Qatar for limiting nuclear enrichment proposals and projects of Iran. See what happens. Iran says, and Iran has officially said many times, that it is not trying to make any nuclear weapon. Iran has enriched nuclear stockpile to about 60%. This means that they will have to enrich it a little bit more. About 90% enriched uranium-235 is required for making a weapon-grade nuclear material. Now, that may take some more time. USA wishes to stop Iran before that. Iran is agreeing to this proposal provided it gets some kind of an assurance that Israel will never attack Iran in future, especially with undeclared nuclear weapons which Israel has. We all know that Israel probably has 70 or 90 nuclear warheads with it. So the moment a guarantee, nuclear guarantee is provided by USA, Iran will slow down its nuclear enrichment program. We must remember that Iran military leadership knows that possessing just about 6 or 9 nuclear weapons does not give it any strategic advantage. Because if by mistake it uses even 1, 2 or 6 nuclear weapons against Israel, then during the second strike, counter strike by Israel, Israel may hit Iran with 70 or maybe 90 nuclear warheads. Iran will get annihilated, it will be decimated, it will be turned into ash within few minutes by Israel counter attack. So Iranian military will never think actually on ground using their limited stockpiles of nuclear weapons, is 5-6 of them against Israel. India's position is rather delicate. We have to walk a very, very fine, razor-edged path. India is a very good friend of Iran. We have cultural ties going back to 2000 years, 1000 years. Till 2018, India was importing almost 25% of its crude oil requirement from Iran. It was advantageous for India, because the technical parameters, the chemical composition of the crude oil which we used to import from Iran were suitable for Indian refineries. Moreover, the Iranian crude oil was made available to India about $1 to $2 less than international benchmark, like we say Brent crude basket. Now, when America started putting sanctions on Iran, America also put pressure on India not to import any crude oil from Iran. This has definitely caused some amount of economic trouble to government of India and people of India. So India will like to balance its relation between Iran and Israel. Israel also remains a very, very dedicated, firm and loyal friend of India. We all know that all the weapon systems we are making under Make in India project, most of them we have got a transfer of technology or direct import of components, assemblies or sub-assemblies from Israel, especially when it comes to electronic warfare systems, jammers, electronic support systems. We are heavily dependent upon Israel. So India would not like to go away from Israel also. Our External Affairs Ministry, Shri S. Jaishankar, has got a very tough task cut out for him. He has to maintain a balanced and mutually beneficial relation with Iran as well as with Israel.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, welcome to the Sunday edition of This Is Exclusive, in which we are going to get you a big one. An interview with Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis on the manner in which they are going after the mission of making India Naxals and Maoists free by early next year, possibly even before that. How the Maharashtra government, like in the case of Chhattisgarh government, like in the case of Andhra government, like in the case of Odisha government, are focused, mission focused on making sure that we are red terror free. That's going to be our big focus and exclusive. Let me get you the headlines first. Massive blowback to red extremism in Maharashtra's Gadchiroli. Maoist centers and cadres surrender, turning a new leaf. Mega exclusive on the show tonight. Day 3 of escalation in hostilities between Iran and Israel. Israel strikes Iranian nuke sites and defense ministry headquarters. Prime Minister arrives in Cyprus as a part of three-nation tour set to head to Canada soon for G7 summit. Tragic bridge collapse in Pune, at least 20-25 tourists feared swept away, while 5 have been confirmed dead. Relief ops underway. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a story that echoes through the jungles of central India and reverberates with the hopes of a nation long haunted by the crimson shadow of extremism. For decades, the dense forests of Gadchiroli in Maharashtra have been a battleground, not just of bullets and blood, but of ideologies. It was here that the Maoist insurgency found fertile ground. But now something extraordinary is unfolding. In a symbolic and strategic blow to the outlawed Maoist movement, 12 top Maoist cadres with bounties exceeding 1 crore rupees have surrendered, choosing peace over violence, life over death, ballots over bullets. This is not just a shift in strategy, it's a shift in spirit.
Vimla Chandrasadam. A former Maoist surrendered earlier this year. It began a wave of change.
आपने सरेंडर क्या सोच के किया?
हम सोच के बोले तो हम वो पहले सोचा बोले तो तबीयत अच्छा नहीं है। हमारी
उम्र हो गई।
उम्र हो गया तब
अब लड़ नहीं सकते।
तबीयत भी अच्छा नहीं है। तो सोचा जाने का तो अच्छा होते उधर जाके। अभी हम कम वो तो कम ये तबीयत उम्र बारे में आया। उम्र के बारे में आया, इधर सिलेंडर हो के बचेंगे बोल के आया।
अगर विकास हो जाता है तो लोग को सरेंडर कर देना चाहिए, आपको लगता है? ये लड़ाई बंद हो जानी चाहिए।
उसका तो हम लड़ाई बंद होते नहीं होते हम बता नहीं सकते। हम इधर आके सिलेंडर करके हम जीना आदर ऐसा जीना बोल के आया हम।
The option of coming out of the shadow of violence and blood has brought many more like Vimla to surrender.
मैं वो समय छोटी थी, 14-15 साल उम्र था। वही समय अपने लोग आते थे तो गाना गाते थे, मीटिंग करते थे। वो मीटिंग यानी अभी गिरधर भैया बताया वैसे ही गार लोगों का और महिला लोगों का अत्याचार कैसा रहता है अपना देश में, महिलाओं को कैसा देखा जाता है, और कुछ महिला लोगों को पकड़ के ज़बरदस्ती लेके जाना, ऐसा वो सब कुछ मीटिंग में बताते थे। वो सब सुनकर मैं भी गाना भी मीटिंग भी सुनकर आकर्षित होकर चली गई। मैं तो 12 बोर भी पकड़ी, पहले आई तब पहले एयरगन दिए थे।
अच्छा।
हाँ, तो उसके बाद 12 बोर के बाद और बीच में एटम दिए थे। उसके बाद राइफल 3 उसके बाद इंसास के बाद एक ही।
12 brainwashed Maoist terrorists looking for an alternative where they can leave their past behind. In front of Maharashtra government, they laid down their arms.
उम्र क्या थी जब आप गई थी?
13-14। हाँ।
तो उसमें आपको किसी ने जबरदस्ती भेजा था या किसी ने उठा लिया था या आप अपने मर्जी से गई थी?
नहीं, मैं मर्जी से गई। अभी लड़ना है ना, जल जंगल जमीन के लिए लड़ना है करके ऐसा।
आपको लगता है कि ये जो जीवन है जो अभी आप जी रही हैं, जो लाइफ अभी आपकी है, वो लाइफ अच्छी है या वो लाइफ जो आप पार्टी के साथ गुजारती थी?
वो भी अच्छे, ये भी अच्छे। कहाँ भी वो लड़ाई में देखने से वो भी अच्छा है, लेकिन अभी
लेकिन उसमें तो जान का खतरा है, उसमें लोगों को मारना पड़ता है जिंदा रहने के लिए।
उधर तो मरता है ना, अभी दिन भर एनकाउंटर होता है, इसलिए
मारना पड़ता है।
वो मारना ही पड़ता है, इसलिए अभी सिलेंडर हुआ हमें।
These are the C60 commandos who are the Maharashtra's elite anti-Naxal unit trained to fight in the very terrain that shelters the insurgents. Formed in 1990, the C60 unit is made up of local youth, in fact toughened by the terrain, emotionally connected to the soil and fiercely committed to ending Naxal terror.
These are not the stories to be seen in isolation. These are part of a wave of change, a step towards the end of Red Terror.
That gives you some idea of the kind of security swoop down happening in these Naxal and Maoist infested territories across the country. This was a report from Gadchiroli, and that brings me to the exclusive. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis spoke to senior editor Shawan Sen.
This is exclusive, is a very, very special guest, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, a man who has been spearheading his government's campaign to combat red terror. Devendra Fadnavis, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी के साथ जुड़ने के लिए। सबसे पहले सवाल करना चाहूँगा कि केंद्र सरकार की मुहिम है 2026 तक माओवाद खत्म करना है। इसी में आपके एक बड़ा मुकाम हासिल किया है। इतिहास बनाते हुए आप गढ़चिरौली गए और 1 करोड़ के इनाम वाले 12 खतरनाक माओइस्ट का सरेंडर आपके देखरेख में हुआ। इसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
पिछले 10 सालों में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ, माओवाद के खिलाफ महाराष्ट्र में हमने लड़ाई लड़ी है, इसके कारण माओवादियों की कमर टूटी है। आज हम देख सकते हैं कि अब महाराष्ट्र में धीरे धीरे जो एक्टिव केडर है उसका नंबर बहुत थोड़ा रह गया है, क्योंकि पिछले 10 सालों में या तो हमने माओवादियों को न्यूट्रलाइज किया है या अरेस्ट किया है, या फिर इस प्रकार की परिस्थिति उनके ऊपर आई है कि उनको अब सरेंडर करना पड़ रहा है। आपने देखा होगा जिस सरेंडर की आप बात कर रहे हैं उससे पहले भी एक सरेंडर हुआ था, उसके पहले भी एक सरेंडर हुआ था। तो लगातार माओवादियों के ध्यान में आ रहा है कि अब वे लड़ नहीं सकते। उनको ये भी ध्यान में आ रहा है कि जिस चीज के लिए उन्होंने लड़ाई शुरू की थी वो तो चीज है ही नहीं। एक प्रकार से उनको दिग्भ्रमित किया गया, उनका इस्तेमाल किया गया। इसलिए बड़े बड़े केडर्स भी 20-20 साल के माओवाद के बाद, अनेकों ऑपरेशन करने के बाद आज सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। इसी सीरीज में ये जो सरेंडर आप कह रहे, ये सरेंडर हुआ था, जिन पर 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा इनाम था, ऐसे 13 माओवादियों ने आत्मसमर्पण किया। अब जो माओवादी बचे हैं उनके सामने इतना ही रास्ता बचता है कि या तो वो आत्मसमर्पण कर दे या फिर हम उनके ऊपर कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे। और मेरा विश्वास है कि अब इतने कम संख्या में वो बचे हैं, वो तो अबू जमाड़ के जंगल में जाकर छुप जाते हैं, कोई ऑपरेशन भी नहीं कर पाते हैं। लेकिन जो हमारे गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने एक डेडलाइन तय की है कि मार्च 2026 तक माओवाद को समाप्त करना है, महाराष्ट्र में तो हम अभी उस कगार पर खड़े हैं। इसमें सबसे महत्व की बात यह है कि जो पड़ोसी राज्य है छत्तीसगढ़, जहां पर हमारी सीमा से एक बहुत लंबे समय तक एक जंगल लगता है, जहां पर ये लोग छुपते हैं। और इसमें एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यह था कि छत्तीसगढ़ की जो कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, इसने एक प्रकार से उनको खुली छूट दे दी थी, इसलिए बड़े पैमाने पर छत्तीसगढ़ में रिक्रूटमेंट हुआ। लेकिन मुझे खुशी है कि नई सरकार बीजेपी की छत्तीसगढ़ में आई, तब से छत्तीसगढ़ ने इतने ऑपरेशंस इंटेंसिफाई किए हैं कि जिसके कारण एक तरफ से हमने उनको खदेड़ा है, दूसरी तरफ से छत्तीसगढ़ उनको घेराबंदी बना रहा है। तो मुझे विश्वास है कि अब ये जो एक्टिव कार्डर्स है, इनका अंत बहुत नजदीक है।
आप महाराष्ट्र के इतिहास में पहले मुख्यमंत्री बने जो अबूजमार जैसे खतरनाक इलाकों में गए। कैसा रहा आपका अनुभव? क्या संदेश देना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, संदेश बिल्कुल क्लियर है। भारत का राज चलेगा, भारत के संविधान का राज चलेगा, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का राज चलेगा। यहां पर कोई भी असंवैधानिक तत्व अपना राज नहीं चला सकते। यही संदेश देने का मैंने प्रयास किया है और मैंने एक प्रकार से सारी दुनिया को यह बताया है कि जिस प्रकार से माओवादी लिबरेटेड जोन तैयार करते थे, यानी जहां उनका राज चलता था, अब वो लिबरेटेड जोन तो है, लेकिन भारत के संविधान के तहत जो हमारी संस्थाएं, उन संस्थाओं के लिए वो लिबरेटेड जोन है, आम आदमी के लिए वो लिबरेटेड जोन है, वहां के गांव गांव में रहने वाले जो लोग हैं उनके लिए लिबरेटेड जोन है और कोई भी उनका बाल भी बाका नहीं कर सकता। इस प्रकार से अब भारत के संविधान को स्थापित करने का काम इस पूरे इलाके में हमने कर दिया है।
जिस तरह के आउटपोस्ट सरकार ने कावंडे गांव में बनाया है, इस तरह के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की माओवाद खत्म करने में क्या अहमियत होती है और ऐसे में सिक्योरिटी ऑपरेशंस की क्या भूमिका रहती है?
देखिए, सिक्योरिटी ऑपरेशंस ये पहली कड़ी है, क्योंकि जैसा मैंने आपको कहा कि माओवादी अपना राज तैयार करते हैं। वो कहते हैं कि हम भारत के संविधान को नहीं मानते, भारत के संविधान ने तैयार की हुई संस्थाओं को हम नहीं मानते, हमारा राज यहां चलता है और उसको लिबरेटेड जोन के रूप में वो इस्तेमाल करते हैं। लेकिन जब एक पुलिस आउटपोस्ट वहां पर खुलता है तो उसके कारण संवैधानिक संस्थाओं की एक प्रकार से वहां पर पहचान तैयार होती है, वे वहां पर स्थापित होते हैं। और गढ़चिरौली में हम लोगों ने पहले से एक कार्यप्रणाली ऐसी रखी कि जिसके तहत हमारा पुलिस आउटपोस्ट, ये केवल पुलिस आउटपोस्ट नहीं होता है, वो पूरी सरकार होती है। हमारे पुलिस वहां पुलिस दादा लोरा खिड़की इस नाम से एक उपक्रम चलाते हैं, जिसमें पुलिस जो हमारा रेवेन्यू प्रशासन है उसके सारे काम इसी आउटपोस्ट से चलाते हैं। सरकार की जितनी योजनाएं हैं वो सारी योजनाएं वहां से दी जाती है। जो हर व्यक्ति के लिए अलग अलग प्रकार की योजनाएं होती है वो सीधे उनको मिलती है। तो उसके कारण पुलिस प्रशासन और हमारे जो नागरिक है इनकी एक दोस्ती तैयार होती है, इनका एक रिश्ता तैयार होता है। भारत के संविधान के प्रति और संविधान के तहत चुनी हुई सरकार के प्रति, हमारे लोकतंत्र के प्रति लोगों का विश्वास बढ़ता है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये आउटपोस्ट ये पहली कड़ी होती है और आउटपोस्ट जब तैयार होता है तो वहां पर विकास के कार्य करना भी आसान होता है। जैसे ही आउटपोस्ट हम लोग तैयार करते, हम रास्ता बनाते, पुलिया बनाते, वहां पर हम 4G का टावर तैयार करते, सारे प्रकार की कनेक्टिविटी वहां पहुंचती है। वहां पर हमारे जो बच्चे हैं उन बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा के लिए व्यवस्थाएं खड़ी होती है, हमारी जो स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्ट की बस है वहां चली जाती है। तो एक प्रकार से ये जो सुदूर इलाका है, इस इलाके के लोगों को भी वही फायदे मिलते हैं जो फायदे अन्य गांव के लोगों को मिलते हैं। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं इसका बहुत बड़ा महत्व है।
जैसे कि मैंने पहले कहा कि एक डेडलाइन है 2026 तक माओवाद खत्म करने की। इसको पूरा करने के लिए और क्या बड़े कदम आपकी सरकार उठाएंगी?
देखिए, जैसा मैंने पहले ही कहा कि अब महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल थोड़े से एक्टिव काडर बचे हैं जिसको हम लोग एक प्रकार से या तो अरेस्ट करेंगे या न्यूट्रलाइज करेंगे या फिर उनका आत्मसमर्पण होगा। और इसमें बड़ी मदद हमको छत्तीसगढ़ की ओर से चाहिए। वहां पर भी छत्तीसगढ़ की पुलिस और जो हमारे केंद्र सरकार के फोर्सेस है उसी प्रकार का ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे तो ये दिखता है कि हम लोग इसको अच्छे तरीके से कर पाएंगे। लेकिन गढ़चिरौली के लिए एक लॉन्ग टर्म प्लान भी हम लोगों ने शुरू किया। विशेष रूप से गढ़चिरौली ये देश का स्टील हब बन सकता है। देश का सबसे अच्छा आयरन ओर ये गढ़चिरौली में है। हमने 2016-17 में वहां पर माइनिंग शुरू की और आज परिस्थिति ऐसी है कि गढ़चिरौली में हम लोगों ने करीब 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए के MOUs किए हैं और करीब 50,000 करोड़ का काम शुरू है। और हमारा पहला स्टील प्लांट उसका उद्घाटन भी वहां पर हुआ है और दूसरे का उद्घाटन हम लोग कर रहे हैं। तो एक प्रकार से जो गढ़चिरौली केवल माओवाद के लिए जाना जाता था, अब वो स्टील हब के रूप में विकसित होता हुआ दिखाई पड़ता है। और इसका सबसे बड़ा फायदा यह है कि जो स्थानीय लोग हैं उन लोगों को बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर इसमें से रोजगार मिल रहा है। उसके कारण वो माओवादियों का साथ नहीं देते, वो हमारा साथ दे रहे हैं, सरकार का साथ दे रहे हैं, हमारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का साथ दे रहे हैं। और सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि जो नए उद्योग शुरू हुए हैं इसमें आत्मसमर्पित जो नक्सलवादी है या माओवादी है उनको भी प्रशिक्षित करके अच्छी नौकरियां दी गई है, जिसके कारण वो अच्छा संसार अपना बैठा पाए। और अभी अभी हम लोगों ने आत्मसमर्पित जो माओवादी थे उनके शादियों का भी एक सामूहिक विवाह का कार्यक्रम भी किया है। तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक और अब माओवाद समाप्त हो रहा है और दूसरी ओर गढ़चिरौली को स्टील हब ऑफ इंडिया के रूप में हम लोग विकसित कर रहे हैं।
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Fadnavis, for joining us. In fact, this was the first interview of the Chief Minister after his successful visit to the Maoist-hit areas.
Gadchiroli becoming, or possibly becoming a steel hub of India is what Devendra Fadnavis said towards the end. In fact, our team there in Gadchiroli caught up with the Superintendent of Police of the district. Listening to that sentiment on the ground.
क्या कुछ बदलाव किए गए हैं और क्या कारण है कि यह जिला जो है, जो सबसे पिछड़ा जिला हुआ करता था, अब मेन स्ट्रीम की तरफ आ रहा है?
पिछले कुछ वर्षों में, 8-10 वर्षों में जो गढ़चिरौली पुलिस की तरफ से माओवाद विरुद्ध लड़ाई में जो काम हुई है और जो हमने नए जो बदलाव के मुख्य कारण ये हैं कि लोगों की जो विश्वास कि माओवाद प्रभावित जिला नहीं होकर के ये मेन स्ट्रीम की तरफ बढ़ रहा है और माओवादी जिस बड़ी संख्या में सरेंडर कर रहे हैं या जिस बड़ी संख्या में न्यूट्रलाइज हो रहे हैं, तो ओवरऑल जो गढ़चिरौली की पहले इमेज थी कि माओवाद प्रभावित जिला है, उससे बाहर निकल करके अभी यहाँ पे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन भी इम्प्रूव हो रही है, बड़े पैमाने पे इन्वेस्टमेंट भी आ रही है। और उसके लिए हमने 2 प्रोंग स्ट्रेटजी यूज़ की। एक तो नक्सल विरोधी अभियान को हमने तीव्र और किया, और दूसरा लोग को मेन स्ट्रीम करने के लिए, जो ट्राइबल लोगों का विनिंग हार्ट्स एंड माइंड्स जिसको हम बोलते हैं, वो करने के लिए हमने सिविक एक्शन फ्रंट पे भी काम किया।
सर, अगर बात करें कि शहर को गांव से जोड़ने की जो प्रक्रिया है या जो देहात जिसको कहते हैं, वहां पर बिजली, पानी, शिक्षा, सुरक्षा, ये व्यवस्था जो पहुंचाने की प्रक्रिया है वो कहां तक पहुंची है? और दूसरा मैं ये जानना चाह रहा हूं कि आप कहां तक उनको एजुकेट कर पा रहे हैं कि हम आपके हैं और वो जो नक्सल हैं वो एक एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट है, तो ये प्रक्रिया जो है वो कहां तक पहुंची है?
काफ़ी तेज़ी से इस प्रक्रिया में भी काफ़ी डेवलपमेंट हुई है। जैसे RCPLW स्कीम है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स की, गृह मंत्रालय की, उसके तहत पिछले 5 साल में गढ़चिरौली में लगभग 400 किलोमीटर के रोड्स बने और लगभग 70 ब्रिजेस बने। जो गांव साल के 6 महीने के लिए गढ़चिरौली से कट जाते थे और उनका संपर्क केवल छत्तीसगढ़ से रहता था, ऐसे सभी गांव महाराष्ट्र से अटैच हो गए हैं और इसके कारण लोगों का उनके तहसील प्लेसेस से संपर्क बढ़ा है। हमारी जो सिविक एक्शन प्रोग्राम है पुलिस दादालोरा खिड़की और प्रोजेक्ट उड़ान, उसके अंतर्गत सबसे बड़ी समस्या यहाँ सुरक्षा की थी। सुरक्षा नहीं होने के कारण बाकी यंत्रणा सरकार की वहाँ पहुँच नहीं पाती थी, तो हमने हर जगह पे ऐसे पुलिस आउटपोस्ट खोले जिसके कारण उस एरिया में सुरक्षा बढ़ी और वहाँ पे फिर हमारी सिविक एक्शन और कम्युनिटी पुलिसिंग प्रोग्राम के तहत हमने वहाँ पे एक सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम सेटअप किया।
21 से जो एक्शंस आप लोगों के हैं उसमें मेजर ऑपरेशंस अगर आप उसका जिक्र करें और बताएं कि कितने ड्रेडली नक्सलवादियों को पकड़ा है आपने और वो उनके अगर आप डिटेल्स शेयर करें।
गढ़चिरौली के इतिहास में, माओवाद विरुद्ध इतिहास में 2 बड़े इनकाउंटर्स, मैं बोलूं तो 3 बड़े इनकाउंटर जो एक मील का पत्थर साबित होते हैं। उसमें सबसे पहले 2018 में एक बोरिया कसनासुर में एक ये हुआ था, जो अभी कुछ दिन पहले तक नक्सल विरोधी अभियान में देश का सबसे बड़ा इनकाउंटर हुआ करता था, जिसमें हमने 40 माओवादियों को 2018 में मार गिराया था। उसके बाद 2021 में 13 नवंबर 2021 को एक छत्तीसगढ़ सीमा पर एक इनकाउंटर हुई जिसमें 27 माओवादियों को मार गिराने में हमारी C60 को सफलता मिली। इसके बाद 2024 में भीषण बरसात के समय हमने एक ऑपरेशन लॉन्च किया था और जिसमें 6 नदी नाले को क्रॉस करके बारिश होते हुए हमने एक ऑपरेशन गढ़चिरौली कांकेर बॉर्डर पर डाला जिसमें हमने 12 माओवादियों को न्यूट्रलाइज किया। ये 3 ऑपरेशंस के कारण और ये 12 माओवादियों के न्यूट्रलाइज होने के कारण नॉर्थ गढ़चिरौली आज के डेट में माओवाद प्रभाव से मुक्त हो गया है।
ऐसा क्या आप लोग कर रहे हैं कि इतनी भारी संख्या में लोग आकर के सरेंडर कर रहे हैं? कौन सी नस आपने जो है वो नक्सलियों की दबा दी है?
सरेंडर वो इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि उनके पास पर्याय कुछ बचा नहीं। जिस तरह से हमारी नक्सल विरोधी अभियान चल रहे थे, जिस तरह से बड़ी संख्या में माओवादी न्यूट्रलाइज हो रहे थे गढ़चिरौली के, और हमारी जो सरेंडर रिहेबिलिटेशन पॉलिसी है महाराष्ट्र शासन की 2014 की, वो बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव एक पॉलिसी है जिसमें हम कैश कंपोनेंट एज ए अवार्ड भी देते हैं। उसके अलावा हम इन्हें एक भूखंड, एक जमीन का टुकड़ा भी देते हैं जिसके ऊपर वो अपना घर बना सकते हैं। गढ़चिरौली जैसे शहर में उनकी एक अलग से कॉलोनी है जिसमें सभी सरेंडर्ड माओविस्ट रह रहे हैं। उनकी रोजगार और स्वयं रोजगार की संधि भी गढ़चिरौली पुलिस उनको उपलब्ध करा करके दे रही है।
From home to some international focus now. Tensions in the Middle East or West Asia are once again flaring up, this time amid a growing confrontation between Iran and Israel. The escalating conflict has sparked serious concerns for foreign nationals in the region, including thousands of Indians residing in Iran. In the light of the deteriorating security situation, the Indian embassy in Tehran has issued a high priority advisory urging all Indian citizens to remain in close contact with the mission. They have issued numbers also on which those Indians stuck there can contact the mission staff. Now, the point to remember is that Iran and Israel have escalated hostilities with back-to-back missile strikes, after which Netanyahu warned that Tehran will burn, even as the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, said that Israel would pay a dear price. And it's been 3 days now that these missile strikes from both the sides have been targeting each other's territory. And in fact, reports suggest that almost entire top leadership of the Iranian military, or a significant proportion of their military leadership, has been decimated, taken down, and nuclear installations hit. We are going to be joined in by a former major of the Israeli Defense Forces, Dan Pfefferman. In fact, he's there with us. Welcome, Dan. And how long before you could say that Israel has achieved its military objectives, that whatever nuclear installations that had to be targeted have been taken down, and that de-escalation can happen?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It's going to be a while. The IDF and the Israeli government is reporting not days, but possibly weeks before the goals of this operation are achieved. But as the Prime Minister and the government has announced, it's not realistic, nor do we think in Israel it's realistic that we'll completely dismantle and completely neutralize Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs. Rather, what we're going for is a significant delay in these programs. Of course, as we know, and certainly here in Israel, but from international experience with rogue regimes and nuclear programs, especially since Iran has the domestic scientific know-how, what we need to hope for is a diplomatic solution in which Iran agrees to dismantle its program and not seek to achieve a nuclear weapons capability. The military aspect was really a last resort after all diplomatic options led by the United States had failed, and after Iran has been attacking, whether directly or indirectly, Israel with its proxies, with its missiles, and directly with 300 ballistic missiles itself on 2 different occasions, had been attacking Israel and threatening its destruction for the last 600 days since the October 7th attack. Of course, it was behind the October 7th attack as well. And so we were left with no choice but to preemptively go after Iran's nuclear program, and hopefully will achieve a significant delay.
Okay, and any chance of the United Kingdom or the United States joining directly militarily, given the fact that the UK has sent in its fighter aircrafts to the region?
The only way I can see the United States, the UK, or other major powers joining directly is if their own interests, embassies or forces or bases are hit in the region. The United States has made this quite clearly, and I think President Trump ran on a ticket of disengaging from direct military affairs in the Middle East unless they harm American interests. So unless American bases or American interests are attacked directly, I think what we're going to continue to see from the United States is diplomatic support, intelligence support, and other kinds of forms of indirect support for Israel achieving these goals. With the UK and certainly the current leadership in the UK, I would say even more so, it's hard to see them getting involved unless direct UK interests are hit. That said, I think it is imperative on the entire international community who want to see stability and peace in the region to support Israel's efforts. Israel is really doing this on behalf of the entire civilized world, taking out the most dangerous regime in the world that was days away, reportedly, from achieving nuclear weapons capacity and was rushing towards it during in the entire 60 days that the United States was in advanced negotiations with the regime in Tehran.
Right. Thank you, Dan, for joining us. So hopefully the military objectives would be achieved sooner than later, and then we would have some de-escalation happening in the region. Thank you so much for joining us, Dan Pfefferman, there, former major of the Israeli Defense Forces. And with this, we come to an end of this broadcast. Friends, a short break on the other side. Get me right.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना,
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
There's been a bridge collapse in Pune in Maharashtra. At least 15 to 20 tourists fear trapped, 2 have killed. Pakistan's claim of Rafale debunked by Dassault chief. Rafale maker calls Pak narrative inaccurate. Air India to discontinue flight number 171. Air India's Boeing 787 to undergo detailed inspection. Chopper crashes near Guptkashi in Uttarakhand and all the 7 people on board have been killed. Israel strikes Iran's defense military headquarters and nuclear facility. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lands in Cyprus. He was welcomed by the president there.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This episode I picked 3. 1 domestic, 2 about our neighbors to the east and west, China and Pakistan. First, we will have a look at Pakistan's economy in the backdrop of the just announced budget, which shrunk by 7% and yet increased army's allocation by 20%. If yet another proof was needed of the Pakistani army scavenging on its own people, this is the one. Second, this week marked China taking its military and economic muscle flexing far and wide literally. For the first time, it sent 2 of its 3 aircraft carriers into the Pacific closer to America's coast, even as it sought to leverage its control over rare earths economy in its trade negotiations. Chinese expansionism is the focus. Third, the Congress called the bluff of its own caste politics when the party's Karnataka government quietly buried the caste survey it had got done but couldn't get out. What's with the caste surveys that political parties want them but do not want to show them? Let's get going. The way Islamabad has conducted itself post-Operation Sindoor standoff last month would make the gullible lot among the Pakistanis think that they actually won, or at least they stood up to India's military might. The celebrations, the decorations, General Asim Munir becoming Field Marshal, hiding behind the orchestrated euphoria, the government even gave a salary hike to all central ministers, including the Speaker and Chairman of the National Assembly and the Senate. Perhaps they knew what was coming. They had to do all this before the bad news came, which did this week.
जनाब स्पीकर, ये बजट एक नहायत अहम और तारीखी मौका पर पेश किया जा रहा है, जब कौम ने हालिया दिनों में गैर मामूली इत्तेहाद, अज़्म और हिम्मत का अमली मुजाहिरा किया। भारतीय जारियत के मुकाबल हमारी सियासी क़यादत, अफवाज पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान के गयूर अवाम ने जिस जवानमर्दी, दानिशमंदी और यकजहती का सबूत दिया, वो तारीख के सुनहरी औरात में हमेशा याद रखा जाएगा।
2 key documents, an economic survey and the annual budget, like it happens in the case of India, were brought out by the Pakistani government. Together, they give an X-ray, an MRI scan of where the Pakistani economy and indeed the nation stands. They tell a very different story from the one that was being sold through those celebrations. The Pakistani feudal elites can confuse and confound with their swagger. The ruling elites is one nation, while the rest of Pakistan is another planet. That Pakistan is broke, that Pakistan is barely hanging onto an economy in distress. It makes one wonder if the elites of Pakistan have created a mirage, a fool's paradise, for if the masses knew the real truth, they would rebel, they would revolt, they would tear apart the facade and take charge. This year has seen Pakistan's agricultural output tank by an average of 14%. In the case of cotton, their principal cash crop, production is down by 30%. You would recall those pictures of wheat flour loot from last year. Wheat production is down by 9%. And this is even before India's Indus Waters Treaty suspension effect kicks in. The economic survey marked down real GDP growth from planned 3.5% to 2.68%. Compare this with India's 6.5%, making us the fastest growing large economy in the world. Even Bangladesh, despite the perpetual state of turmoil since August last year, has grown at 4.2%. Or even Sri Lanka, which returned back to a sprightly 5% after the collapse of 2021-22. Pakistan is stuck in a low growth trap, and there is a reason for that. The policy rate of the Central Bank of Pakistan, a hopping 22% till last year, stands at 11% even now. It is a reflection of fears of inflation, as high policy rates are aimed at controlling liquidity. Not that there is any comparison, but just this week, the RBI, the Reserve Bank of India, slashed India's policy rate to 5.5%. The overseas Pakistanis are holding their nation afloat, sending back home $31 billion in the past year. But for this, even the IMF loan that Pakistan got last month would not have prevented it from going bankrupt. Their public debt stands at 76 lakh crores, which in Indian rupees is about 38 lakh crores or 87 billions in dollars. That is the reason why half this year's budget is going into debt servicing. Yes, literally half their annual budget goes in interest payments. Foreign exchange is at $16 billion, of which 90% is either debt rollover from China, Saudi Arabia and UAE, or comes from commercial loans to keep the account rolling. Which means, hypothetically, if the Chinese, Saudis and the Emiratis take back their loans tonight, Pakistan would have just about 10,000 crores of forex reserves. What a rich family spent on a wedding in India last year. Let's look at the energy production, a marker of the vibrancy in the economy. Overall electricity production declined by 3% in response to consumption also coming down last year, suggesting a larger stagnation. While the Pakistani masses suffer load shedding of hours per day, the deep state reserved 2,000 megawatts for data centers to run the cryptocurrency ecosystem as part of a deal with the Trump family firm World Liberty Financial last month. Now let us look at some budget specifics. The freshly minted Field Marshal has managed a hike of 20% in defense allocation, even as overall size of the Pakistani budget is down 7%. Look at the numbers in the graphics. Last year, Pakistan's annual budget was $67 billion, of which Pak Army got 7.5. This year, while the total budget size is down to 62, Pakistan Army allocation is $9 billion. This even as allocations of all sectors have been slashed. Education, health, water, every area has seen reduced allocation to compensate for the increase for the army. Moratorium has been put on all development schemes. Only the roads sector saw some increase because of a highway the Pakistan Army wants to build in Balochistan to tighten its loosening grip over the restive province. Look at more numbers in Pakistan rupees. Infrastructure down from rupees 66,100 crores to rupees 64,400 crores. Energy sector would get rupees 14,400 crores against rupees 16,900 crores last year. Water, despite industry pressure, down to 10,900 from rupees 13,500 last year. Development expenditure has been decreasing every year since 2023 to meet strict IMF conditions, to the extent that the government has been using the share of provinces to pay debt. Pakistanis need to know what these numbers mean for them. Someone needs to explain them in Urdu perhaps. But even if they don't care, Sannu ki, what of us? For all the lip service Pakistan does to Kashmir, the area it controls illegally, POK plus Gilgit-Baltistan, saw a squeeze with lower allocations than last year. a deep cut of 16% from rupees 7,500 crores to rupees 6,300 crores. And mind you, these are Pakistani rupees. In Indian rupees, it would be half of about rupees 3,200 crores. Imagine the stupidity of Pakistanis. The Jammu and Kashmir budget for this year stands at Indian rupees 1,06,041 crores, which is roughly 35 times more than what Pakistan is allocating to the Kashmir it controls. Our Kashmiri brothers and sisters, of course, know that behind the call of Azadi is poverty, pauperization, radicalization, and stagnation. So they would never choose. And why should we bother about Pakistan? Just one state of Tamil Nadu has bigger GDP than entire Pakistan. And of course, many more states including Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. Also this week, the World Bank came out with latest data on poverty, in which it redefined the definition of poor as someone who subsists on $3 per day. This has made half the population of Pakistan become poor at the stroke of a pen or printer. While with the same yardstick, India still managed to reduce its size of poverty to less than 10%, extreme poverty just about 5%. So for all those who thought Pakistan stood up to India, it did not. India decided to taper off Operation Sindoor after sending the military message we had to by destroying the terror infrastructure. Any war with Pakistan would have a semblance of an equal match only for the first week. After that, General Asim Munir would have no field left to marshal and no Tamgaz to take. Perhaps that might still be in the realm of the future. And why not? Come to think of it, was the Pahalgam terror attack triggered because the Pak army wanted to evade a squeeze? Munir wanted to become a field marshal and let the people of Pakistan go to dogs or wherever. Moving to our neighbor to the east in the second segment. This week marked a tectonic military shift in world's geopolitical dynamics, as China sent two of its aircraft carriers, the Liaoning and the Shandong, accompanied with a range of frigates and warships and of course submarines far into the Pacific Ocean, much further than the seas close to its coastline. That has been a routine. Japan confirmed that the two carriers in formation operated this far for the first time, and it was little more than peaceful muscle flexing.
また公表するのは初めてであって、空母2隻ですね、遼寧と山東ですかね、が同時期に太平洋上で活動していることを確認、公表したのも、今回が初めてとなると承知をしています。
The Liaoning sailed inside Japan's exclusive economic zone, and a J-15 fighter aircraft taking off from the Shandong chased a Japanese P-3C reconnaissance plane right inside Japanese air defense identification zone. While the Japs issued a démarche to the Chinese ambassador in Tokyo, this might not be the last time the Chinese have done this. It's a first, but not the last. In fact, it's a beginning of an increasingly aggressive China reinforcing its expansionism militarily. Look at the cheekiness of this post from the Communist Party mouthpiece Global Post or Global Times. It's quoting American and Japanese experts to buttress its own actions in the Pacific while calling the exercise routine. Crossing this far and reaching the second island chain further than Japan and close to the US territory of Guam. Till now, the Americans and the Chinese warships or fighter jets would come face to face, but closer to the Chinese territory. This marks the first that a Chinese flotilla skirted an American island. China has recently acquired a blue water navy status, with both the aircraft carriers joining the People's Liberation Army Navy in the last 3 years. Numerically, Beijing has the world's largest navy already, though it lags behind the United States by a wide margin when it comes to aircraft carriers. China's 3 to the USA's 11. That advantage allows Washington to keep a carrier strike group permanently forward deployed to waters closer to Chinese coastline, both the East China Sea and the South China Sea. but that might start changing soon, or might have already. This week marks a first deployment to Western Pacific by China, Eastern Pacific, and hence American West Coast could be the next. China's neighborhood is watching this development with trepidation. From Taiwan to Philippines, from Malaysia to Indonesia, every nation state has a territorial dispute with China and faces Chinese muscle flexing as a routine. In the case of Taiwan, a territory China considers its own and intends to assimilate with the use of force, it has made blockade-level naval deployments at least twice in the last 6 months alone. This military muscle flexing happened in a week when China did even more belligerent posturing on trade and economy. In a decision that sent global stock markets into a spin, China decided to restrict exports of 7 rare earth minerals. These are elements crucial to new age industries like the semiconductors, EV batteries, electronics, smartphones, jet engines, rockets, space stations, effectively all sectors of modern day geostrategic and geoeconomic significance. China accounts for roughly 70% of global raw material production in these elements, 85% of global processing, 90% of rare earth magnet manufacturing, and near total control over heavy rare earth refining. And hence, its decision to restrict exports impacts supply chains around the world. The markets got cold. Like in other industries, the dominance itself was manufactured with decades-long strategic pursuit backed with state subsidies and lax environmental regulations aimed at undercutting global competitors. In a carrot and stick approach, China incrementally relaxed the export control decision in return of trade deals, both with the Europeans and finally with Trump. The lesson for the global community is that even if the Chinese are going after the Americans, it has consequences for everyone. Washington, D.C. needs to realize that this total chaos on global trade regime it has unleashed is benefiting nobody. It has created a free-for-all in which increasingly China has an edge over the United States. Better sense should prevail in the White House sooner. And then, coming back, home to our third segment.
It is an unanimous decision in the cabinet that new survey is to be conducted. Irle adukku ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ new survey is to be conducted. That is the decision taken by the cabinet unanimously. And so far as section class 2 is concerned, the commission is to be consulted. That we are going to consult the commission.
If there was one promise which provided maximum ballast to the Congress campaign during last assembly elections in Karnataka, it was this one: the making public and implementation of a caste survey the party had done while in power in 2015. But 2 years after coming to power, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah announced scrapping of the data and a fresh start this week. While the plank of dividing the society on the basis of caste is not given up, the party has come face to face with hard realities and some dangerous consequences of spinning politics around castes. It's a Pandora's box to say the least. It's a quagmire best approached with reform in mind and not entrenching vested interests. Unfortunately, that's exactly not what the political parties cutting across the political divide are doing. Those who track Karnataka politics closely would know better what dynamics played out between the Vokkaligas and the Lingayats, the two dominant castes in the state, or how the Kurubas and the Adigas came to loggerheads owing to the mathematical gymnastics that were attempted. The report had recommended 51% reservation for OBCs while pegging the OBC population itself in the state at 70%. Both the Vokkaligas and Lingayats rejected it, claiming they were undercounted. The report also recommended inclusion of Kurubas, the caste of Siddaramaiah, to be included in the most backward category. This too was resented by the non-Kuruba backwards. Basically, it was about a community that is already in beneficiary list, like the OBC, resenting the inclusion of others as the share in the pie would get smaller. In neighboring Telangana, the Congress faced a pick one situation. The survey that the Revanth Reddy government got done late last year showed a decrease in OBC population and an increase in the general category or forward caste numbers. Imagine, this is the same Congress party whose leader Rahul Gandhi has not made a single speech in the last 2 years or more without mentioning caste census, which unfortunately has been accepted by the Modi government only last month as part of the larger national decadal headcount that is all set to take place next year. But more on this in a bit. Bihar is the third state in the country that has conducted a caste survey in the recent past and incorporated results into governance. The Nitish government had promised and got survey done when the JDU was part of the opposition Indi bloc. The implementation happened when Nitish had switched sides and was back in the NDA fold. While the decision to increase overall reservation quota to 65% from the judicial cap of 50% to reflect new caste dynamics has been challenged in the courts, the real impact is at the grassroots, with politics showing fracture. There's a jousting between various caste groups, with political rallies in Bihar targeting smaller categories like the Koiris, Kurmis, Tanti and Tatwas or Mallas separately rather than as a large OBC cohort or MBC cohort. This can have dangerous consequences. In neighboring West Bengal, the Mamata government has reorganized the OBC list in the state in a manner that Muslims, as a religious group, now find substantial representation as backward castes. For example, in the year 2011, when Trinamool came to power for the first time, the OBC list in Bengal had 66 castes, of which Muslims were only 11. Now, after the latest tweak, a total of 67 Muslim subcastes have been included. To accommodate the increased numbers, the Mamata government has increased OBC quota in the state jobs to 17% from 7% earlier. Obviously, she wants to take care of her Muslim vote bank through the OBC route, despite the Supreme Court explicitly saying that there cannot be religion-based reservations. That brings me to why the BJP-led NDA government has bitten the bullet. One obvious reason of hard-nosed realpolitik is that, like in the case of freebies, so in the case of castes, when the opposition has made it a race to the bottom, BJP as a political party cannot shut itself out of the electoral game. Second, is that perhaps the BJP realized from the experience of Karnataka, Bihar and Telangana, the three states that have conducted surveys, but with limited success in outcomes, that let the genie be out of the bottle. The mess would become a collective responsibility. The Modi government is in fact contemplating an all-party committee to formulate the contours of the caste survey. Let's not forget that the duplicity of the Congress stood exposed when it dropped its own caste enumeration in 2011, upon realizing that the nation had 46 plus lakhs castes against only 4,000 plus in 1931. Be that as it may, if the headcount has to reflect castes, it better do with integrity. If census is a mirror of society, then let's have it warts and all. If Christians want to be associated with castes, then explain how your religion accepts it. If Muslims want caste, then show proof in the Quran or the Hadith. And while the census would help the government update the National Population Register, the Modi government should bite one more bullet. Bring a National Register of Citizens, the NRC, also. The NRC is the next logical step after this round of clean census. Thanks for watching.
The Jammu and Kashmir police launched a major crackdown early this morning in Shaujan area of Pune district, targeting associates and relatives of Pakistan-based terror commanders hailing from Jammu and Kashmir. This marks the third round of raids in past month, with searches underway at over 8 locations across district as security forces intensify effort to dismantle local support networks of cross-border terrorists. A massive compound wall collapsed in Mangaluru following heavy rain was caught on CCTV, showing the structure crashing onto the road and damaging the opposite compound. Thankfully, no casualties occurred as the road was deserted at the time. The impact tore off a gate, brought down an electric pole that snapped into two and caused a short circuit, with visuals resembling a powerful water explosion underscoring the severity of the incident. The last rites of Kalpana Prajapati, who lost her life in the Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad on June 12th, were held in Vadodara, Gujarat. Her son, Heer Prajapati, expressed deep sorrow over the tragic loss, stating that the grief is beyond words, but acknowledged the government's support during the difficult time.
कोई टेंशन लेना की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जितने हम हमारी फैमिली को लेकर टेंशन में हैं, उतने ही गवर्नमेंट हमारे लिए उतने सहकार देने के लिए तैयार है। शब्दों में मैं कह नहीं सकता उतना। एक आप हट जाए ना, उससे भी ज़्यादा।
The BJP launched a sharp attack on RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav, alleging that the party and its allies, including Congress and the India Alliance, consistently insulting scheduled caste and Dalits, referring to an incident where B.R. Ambedkar's image was reportedly placed beneath Lalu Yadav's feet. The BJP said that this act reflected RJD's true character and its disregard for constitutional values. The party accused the RJD of prioritizing dynasty politics and jungle raj over the legacy of Baba Saheb Ambedkar and the rights of marginalized communities.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
There's been a bridge collapse in Pune. At least 50 to 20 tourists are fear trapped. 100 to 150 tourists were present at the spot when the bridge collapsed. NDRF roped in rescue operation is underway. Pakistan claims of Rafale debunked by Dassault chief. Rafale maker calls Pakistan narrative completely inaccurate. 7, including an army veteran pilot, killed in chopper crash near Kedarnath. Chopper services have been suspended. Prime Minister lands in Cyprus on the first leg of the tour. He was received by the President on arrival. Israel Prime Minister warns Iran, says it will pay a very heavy price after Iran's retaliatory strike in its 3 Israel cities. Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We're starting the show with the breaking inputs coming in as far as the bridge collapse in Pune is concerned. What we're learning so far is that 5 people have died and around 5 to 7 rescued people have been sent to the hospital after a bridge on Indrayani river collapsed in Pune. The tragedy happened around 4 p.m. NDRF and local police have been deployed for the rescue operation. In fact, Prime Minister, who's on a 3-nation visit, has dialed Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and took stock of the situation. So what we're learning so far is that 5 people have lost their lives and 32 people have received injuries. 5 to 7 people have been rescued and sent to the hospital after this bridge that you can see on the screen. It is on Indrayani river in Pune, which has collapsed. Now, politics is also happening on this entire issue.
पुणे बावल तहसील में कुंडमाड़ा में इंद्रायणी रिवर पे एक पुराना ब्रिज था, साको ब्रिज। वो आज दोपहर 4 बजे के दरमियान पर्यटक यहाँ पे लगभग 4 पर्यटक घूमने आए थे। उसमें से 100-125 पर्यटक एक ही जगह पे ब्रिज पे खड़े थे। वो ब्रिज अचानक से कोलैप्स होके उसमें लगभग 20-25 लोग बह के गए। उसमें से कुछ लोग हमारे स्थानीय कार्यकर्ता ने बाहर निकाले और 4-5 लोग अभी भी ब्रिज के अंदर फंसे। ब्रिज का जो भाग पानी में गिरा है उसमें।
Another breaking news coming in. Political blame game has started over the bridge collapse. Uddhav Sena, UBT, has blamed administration over negligence and demanded stringent punishment behind the accident. 2 tourists, in fact, what we're learning is that 5 tourists have been killed and several others are feared to have drowned after a bridge built over the river in Pune has collapsed. Over 32 people have sustained injuries, of which 6 are very critical right now. As far as the rescue operation is concerned, NDRF team are on the spot and the rescue operation is currently underway. Have a look at the war reports.
हमारे महाराष्ट्र के पुणे के पास तले गांव में जो इंद्रायणी पुल के टूट जाने की वजह से कई लोग बह गए, 2 लोग तो मृत भी हो गए हैं, कई लोग अभी घायल हैं, कई लोग अभी बह गए हैं। बचाव कार्य चल रहा है, एनडीआरएफ की टीमें लगी हैं, पुलिस लगी हुई है, प्रशासन लगा हुआ है। लेकिन एक सवाल उठता है कि जब कोई ब्रिज जर्जर था और उसको बंद कर दिया गया था तो वहां पर प्रशासन क्यों नहीं था, वहां बैरिकेटिंग क्यों नहीं थी, वहां पुलिसकर्मी क्यों नहीं थे और उस पुल को बनाया क्यों नहीं गया? क्या जानबूझकर पहले लोगों को वहां इकट्ठा किया गया कि लोग वहां मर जाएं? क्या ये सब साजिश चल रही है? क्या इसीलिए सरकारों को हम चुनकर देते हैं? हम इसमें राजनीति नहीं करेंगे, किसी भी पार्टी की सरकार हो, कोई भी प्रशासन हो, लेकिन लोगों की जिंदगी से खिलवाड़ क्यों? न वायु मार्ग सुरक्षित है, न जल मार्ग सुरक्षित है, न हेलीकॉप्टर सुरक्षित है। अरे हमारे
नरेंद्र मोदी जी को बहुत पसंद करते हैं और नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में बिहार में अच्छा काम हो रहा है। तेजस्वी यादव इसको टायर्ड और रिटायर्ड कह रहे हैं, वो किसके लिए कह रहे हैं?
देखो, ऐसा है, अहमदाबाद की घटना, उत्तराखंड की घटना और यानी केदारनाथ की घटना और अभी 1 घंटे पहले जो महाराष्ट्र में मावल में जो घटना हुई, क्या कहे उसके बारे में? मौत ये किसी को कह के तो आती नहीं है, बुलावा आया है, लोग चले गए, लेकिन ऐसा होना ये दिल को दर्द देने वाला है। उन लोगों के आत्माओं को शांति मिले, इसके सिवा और हम क्या कर सकते हैं। मुझे मालूम नहीं ब्रिज कितना पुराना है, मैंने जो ब्रिज देखा है वहाँ पे जो वीडियो आया है वो ब्रिज मुझे पुराना सा दिख रहा है। शासन की ये जिम्मेदार, ये नहीं बोलना चाहिए क्योंकि अभी अभी लोग चले गए, लेकिन जिस तरीके से वो लोखंड का है वो ब्रिज, आप अगर सूक्ष्म नज़र से वो लोखंड के ब्रिज को देखो तो पहले से ही कमकुवत हो गया है, तो उसकी पहले से ही उसको रोक देना चाहिए था। मुझे मालूम नहीं सत्य परिस्थिति क्या है, उसके आगे मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहूँगा।
Let me go across to my colleague Sandeep, who continues to track that story very closely for us. Sandeep, tell us about the rescue and relief operations. We can see in the visuals that NDRF teams are there. 5 people unfortunately lost their life. Tell us the ground updates.
Due to low light, the NDRF and the state disaster relief force is having difficulty to in fact carry out the search operation. There are high possibility that due to low visibility that this operation would be in fact paused for some time, and maybe this could be carried out for the next day. But ultimately 20 to 25 people are still missing, and as far as the latest update is concerned, 2 has been in fact confirmed and 5 have been feared dead. That is what is being said by the local administration, and the MLA has confirmed 5 dead, but the official confirmation from the corporation and the administration is still pending. In fact, this is a very tragic incident. As we give you the the visuals out there, so definitely the state agencies and the disaster relief NDRF force is already there. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra has already announced 5 lakh rupees of financial aid to the families who have lost their lives, and the people who are having are taking treatment, they will be treated for free of cost on the government expenses. So definitely a tragic incident, and the operation is still underway. The search and rescue operation is still underway.
Absolutely, and Prime Minister has also been briefed on the ongoing rescue operation. Sandeep, keep tracking that story for us. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now shifting our focus, in more updates coming in connection with the Israel-Iran conflict.
ये मलबा जो गिरा है आप देख रहे हैं ब्रिज का, इसके नीचे 1-2 बॉडी होने की संभावना है। एक बॉडी तो दिख ही रही है, उसको निकालने की कोशिश चल रही है। बड़े से बड़ा क्रेन पुणे से लाया गया है, छोटे क्रेन भी यहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं, और एनडीआरएफ है, एसडीआरएफ है, डिजास्टर की टीम है पुणे की, सभी लोग यहाँ के स्थानिक लोग हैं, सभी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है थोड़ी देर में ये मलबा हटाया जाएगा, कोशिश तो हम पूरी तरह से कर रहे हैं।
तो देखा जाए तो कोशिश जारी है, मगर एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है, अंधेरा हो चुका है और काफी सारी मुश्किलें आ रही है। इस बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे और कितने लोगों का अंदेशा है? अंधेरा हुआ भी तो यहाँ पर पूरे जनरेटर लगा के हमने पूरे लाइट लगा दिए, व्यवस्था पर्याप्त व्यवस्था, फोकस लगा दिए, लाइट लगाने की पूरी व्यवस्था कर दी हमने, और ये अभी वार लेवल पे सब काम चल रहा है। सर, ये जो पुल गिरा है इसके पीछे आप क्या कहेंगे, जो बेसिक वजह है वो क्या होनी चाहिए?
ये पगडंडी जैसा ब्रिज था, किसानों को आने जाने के लिए, इस गांव से उस गांव में जाने के लिए ब्रिज था, लेकिन जो टूरिस्ट है बहुत भारी होंगे, मतलब 250-300 लोग एक जगह आके खड़े हो गए, जहाँ से 2, 4, 5, 10 लोगों ने जाना चाहिए, वहाँ पे 250-300 लोग आके खड़े हो गए, और इतना लोड ले ही नहीं सकता था वो ब्रिज, वो बीच में से नीचे झुक गया, पूरा पानी में चले गया। नीचे से पानी का फोर्स बहुत, मतलब आप देख रहे हैं 3-4 दिन से बारिश चल रही है, बहुत मतलब बहाव पानी का बहुत तेज है, उसमें ये लोग गिर गए, इसलिए ये हादसा हुआ है।
टूरिस्ट को यहाँ पे मनाही की गई थी आने के लिए,
पूरी मनाही करी, दोनों तरफ से बोर्ड लगाए गए थे, पुलिस ने पेपर में भी दिया था कि यहाँ जाना खतरे से खाली नहीं है, सभी का आगाज। यहाँ के लोकल लोगों ने भी बहुत अपोज किया, लेकिन यहाँ कोई मानता नहीं है, टूरिस्ट मानते नहीं है, झगड़े पे उतर आते हैं, और इसलिए हादसा हुआ। 300 लोग, 250-300 लोग छोटे पगडंडी के ब्रिज पे आके खड़े हो गए, और इसलिए इसका लोड इससे बेयर नहीं हुआ, और ये ब्रिज बीच में से ही नीचे झुक गया और पानी में चले गया।
Well, there you just heard, that is Minister of Water Resources Girish Mahajan speaking to media about the rescue operation that is currently underway, saying that around 250 to 300 people were standing on the bridge when this incident happened. It remains to be seen what the exact figure of people who have lost their life currently is. This is, in fact, we'll get you more details on this story, but definitely a very concerning news coming in from Pune in Maharashtra. Rescue operation is currently underway. And right now, the Minister of Water Resources is on the spot and is trying to ascertain what went wrong and inspect the area. And right now on the visuals on your screens, you can see these are the live visuals coming in from the incident where this has happened.
मिला तत्काल हमने हमारे रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट, पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट, आपदा मित्र, एनडीआरएफ की टीम, जिला परिषद की टीम, सभी टीम्स को यहाँ पे भेजा। करीब 250 लोगों की टीम यहाँ पे आ चुकी थी इमीडिएटली और लोगों को बचाने की कार्रवाई तत्काल चालू की गई, जिसकी वजह से हम करीब 38 लोगों को अभी तक बचा सके हैं। 2 लोगों की अनफॉर्चुनेटली मृत्यु हो गई है, उनकी डेड बॉडी हमें मिल चुकी हैं और ये घटना हुए करीब अभी 4 घंटे हो चुके हैं। हमने लोगों को आह्वान किया था कि किसी के रिलेटिव कुछ अनआइडेंटिफाइड है, मिल नहीं रहे हैं तो हमें बताइए। तो अभी हमारी इन्फॉर्मेशन के हिसाब से 2 लोग जो हैं वो अनआइडेंटिफाइड है, उनको ढूंढने का काम चालू है। अटके हुए जितने भी लोग थे उनको हमने निकाला है। अभी हम इंश्योर करना चाह रहे हैं कि कहीं पे कोई एक्स्ट्रा कोई मनुष्य कहीं पे है या नहीं है, वो एक बार कार्रवाई चालू है। जब तक हमारा इंश्योर नहीं हो जाता कि हमने सबको आइडेंटिफाई करके बाहर निकाल लिया है, तब तक ये कार्रवाई चालू रहेगी। इसके ऊपर 163 का हमने जमाबंदी भी निकाला था डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के अंतर्गत। यहाँ पे बोर्ड्स भी लगाए थे और जो भी इस तरीके की लोकेशंस हैं पुणे में जहाँ पे टूरिस्ट जाते हैं बरसात के टाइम पे और जो धोखादायक हैं, वहाँ का आदेश निकाल के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी किया था। यहाँ पे भी लोगों को बोला गया था, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली यहाँ पे आने वाले पर्यटकों की संख्या काफ़ी ज़्यादा हो गई, जिसकी वजह से ये घटना घट गई।
सर, प्रशासन का भी एक काम है, आपने जो आदेश निकाले थे उसको फॉलो करना और उसके हिसाब से देखना कि आपके आदेश का उल्लंघन ना हो। तो यहाँ पे जैसा कहा जा रहा है कि प्रशासन के कोई अधिकारी वो मौजूद नहीं थे, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहें?
नहीं, देखिए क्या है कि हमने जो आदेश निकाला है उस आदेश का ध्यान में रखते हुए पुणे में
So as you can see in the visuals, the rescue operation there continues. NDRF, SDRF is on the spot. 32 people have been rescued from that area. 5 people are dead and others are being found out. Now, in more updates coming in connection with the Israel-Iran conflict, Israel Defense Forces have released a video sharing the details of where the IDF has struck Iran and Yemen. Now, this is the scale of Israel's operational activity to eliminate Iran's influence across the region. Take a look. Absolutely. As you can see in the visuals, this is a video that has been released by IDF. It shows on different locations in Iran that Israel has hit. It mentions Tabriz, which is the nuclear research center, Tehran, the capital, Kermanshah, which has a missile base, and Natanz, which is the main nuclear site of Iran. So this is a video that has been released by Israel detailing which all area it has hit. Now remember, on Friday, Israel had launched a series of strikes against Iran targeting the nuclear program and military infrastructure. Then late on Saturday night, Israel struck 2 major energy facilities, including the main gas depot and the central oil refinery. So this there you can see. This is Israel's video detailing the areas where it has hit, but definitely Iran has also hit back. Many of the Iran strikes have been intercepted by Israel's missile defense system, but not all. Damage has also been seen in Israel. Now, let me go across to former Major of IDF, Dan Pfefferman. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. We just saw the visuals of Israel that has been released by IDF, showing where all it attacked Iran. There are several places, including nuclear facilities. Yesterday, in fact, oil gas depot was also attacked. How do you assess this escalation between Israel and Iran?
Yeah, I mean, we're happy for this to be over. I think what has been extremely clear from the very start is that the IDF is targeting military infrastructure, nuclear infrastructure, and now strategic energy infrastructure, while the Iranians are targeting civilians in Israel. And so we can continue to escalate. We have a year's worth of pinpoint intelligence, apparently, on Iran, and we have the capabilities to strike wherever we want. Israel, in the initial attack, showed that it has achieved full air superiority over the skies of Iran. And so we in Israel and Israeli leaders have made it very clear we're very happy for this conflict to be over, and our goals from the outset were to halt or at least push back the nuclear program and the ballistic missile programs, which directly threaten Israel's existence. We have absolutely no desire, nor will Israel strike Iranian civilians, and the Iranians have been striking Israeli civilian centers nonstop of this round of fighting.
All right, so this is a fresh escalation between Israel and Iran. Before I let you go, I have another question to ask from you. We have seen in the last one day, in fact, today was the day when the nuclear talks between US and Iran was to take place. But yesterday, Iran said that these conversations and dialogues are completely meaningless for them. How do you assess these talks not happening between the two nations?
Well, Iran has made it very clear from the beginning that it's a weapon. There's no other reason for Iran to do anything that it's been doing in the nuclear field since the beginning. The United States has been, in good faith, trying to negotiate with Iran, offering a series of economic incentives and diplomatic incentives for Iran to halt and roll back its nuclear weapons program. And Iran continues to lie, cheat, and stall the international community in this regard. This is a direct and existential threat to Israel. Iran, in word and in deed, has threatened Israel's existence since the inception of the Islamic Republic in 1979, and especially over the last 600 days, Iran itself and its various proxy armies around the Middle East have directly attacked Israeli civilians in the Israeli home front, first through Hamas, then Hezbollah and the Houthis, and then two direct Iranian attacks. As it was clear to Israeli leaders that the talks were going nowhere and even backwards, and Iran was hardening its positions, as it was clear that Iran would not budge on developing a weaponized nuclear program, Israel decided that it cannot leave Iran to break out and achieve a nuclear weapon. And this is something that Israel deemed existence in the region, and this is something that is beneficial really for the entire region and for the entire international community, as tough as it is now. And Israel, of course, is paying the price on the home front.
Absolutely, and it remains to be seen how this entire situation pans out in the next 1 week, whether there is more escalation or there is dialogue between the two countries. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Now, meanwhile, Israel Prime Minister has warned Iran and said that Iran will pay a very heavy price for the murder of civilians, women and children. In fact, today visited Batyam. Remember, this is the area that was attacked by Iran last night with the home front command forces, the rescue forces, which was hit by Iran in the retaliatory strike. The Prime Minister was accompanied by the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Energy, the Police Commissioner, the Fire and Rescue Commissioner as well. The Mayor of this area, Batyam, was also with him, and also the Chairman of the local government. So this is in fact a big warning that has come from the Israeli Prime Minister. In very clear words, he has said that Iran will pay a very heavy price for the deliberate murder of the civilians, women and children. All of this after Iran struck multiple places in Israel yesterday. There was a building in Batyam that got damaged. Several deaths were also reported. And there in the visuals, you can see Israeli Prime Minister taking stock of the situation. And as tension escalates between Iran and Israel, the United States maintains a cautious distance, focused on preventing Tehran from going nuclear while keeping diplomatic back channels alive. But for our country, India, the stakes are even higher. With deep economic, cultural and strategic ties to both the nations, New Delhi must navigate a razor-thin diplomatic path. This exclusive report that we have for you decodes US strategies, Iran's nuclear ambitions, Israel's military posture and India's high wire act in the region on the edge. Here's it.
Definitely, USA has already said, and their president is also very keen that USA does not get directly involved in this war between Iran and Israel. There is a strategic reason for this. America's ultimate objective is that Iran should not make a nuclear weapon. And America wants to continue talks with Iran under the patronage of IAEA, so that Iran finally agrees to either stop or at least slow down its nuclear enrichment program. Probably last 5-6 rounds of talks did not yield much. But now, after that, this attack, Iran is definitely feeling that it is under a huge amount of military pressure and some amount of diplomatic pressure from international community. So America will maneuver in a manner so that Israel stops this war from Israel's side in next few days, so that America can again persuade Israel's political leadership to restart the negotiations and the talks which were continuing in Qatar for limiting nuclear enrichment proposals and projects of Iran. See what happens. Iran says, and Iran has officially said many times, that it is not trying to make any nuclear weapon. Iran has enriched nuclear stockpile to about 60%. This means that they will have to enrich it a little bit more. About 90% enriched uranium-235 is required for making a weapon-grade nuclear material. Now, that may take some more time. USA wishes to stop Iran before that. Iran is agreeing to this proposal provided it gets some kind of an assurance that Israel will never attack Iran in future, especially with undeclared nuclear weapons which Israel has. We all know that Israel probably has 70 or 90 nuclear warheads with it. So the moment a guarantee, nuclear guarantee is provided by USA, Iran will slow down its nuclear enrichment program. We must remember that Iran military leadership knows that possessing just about 6 or 9 nuclear weapons does not give it any strategic advantage. Because if by mistake it uses even 1, 2 or 6 nuclear weapons against Israel, then during the second strike, counter strike by Israel, Israel may hit Iran with 70 or maybe 90 nuclear warheads. Iran will get annihilated, it will be decimated, it will be turned into ash within few minutes by Israel counter attack. So Iranian military will never think actually on ground using their limited stockpiles of nuclear weapons, 5-6 of them against Israel. India's position is rather delicate. We have to walk a very, very fine, razor-edged path. India is a very good friend of Iran. We have cultural ties going back to 2,000 years, 1,000 years. Till 2018, India was importing almost 25% of its crude oil requirement from Iran. It was advantageous for India because the technical parameters, the chemical composition of the crude oil which we used to import from Iran were suitable for Indian refineries. Moreover, the Iranian crude oil was made available to India about $1 to $2 less than international benchmark, like we say the Brent crude basket. Now, when America started putting sanctions on Iran, America also put pressure on India not to import any crude oil from Iran. This has definitely caused some amount of economic trouble to government of India and people of India. So India will like to balance its relation between Iran and Israel. Israel also remains a very, very dedicated, firm and loyal friend of India. We all know that all the weapon systems we are making under Make in India project, most of them we have got a transfer of technology or direct import of components, assemblies or sub-assemblies from Israel, especially when it comes to electronic warfare systems, jammers, electronic support systems. We are heavily dependent upon Israel. So India would not like to go away from Israel also. Our External Affairs Ministry, Shri S. Jaishankar has got a very tough task cut out for him. He has to maintain a balanced and mutually beneficial relation with Iran as well as with Israel.
We're taking a short break. Coming up on the other side is the detail about the chopper crash in Kedarnath. 7 people, an army veteran pilot has been killed. Chopper service has been suspended. We'll also tell you about PM's visit to Cyprus. This is, in fact, he has landed in Cyprus on his first leg of the tour. He was received by Cyprus President on arrival. We'll tell you about these 2 stories after this very short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
A bridge has collapsed in Pune. At least 15 to 20 tourists are feared trapped. 100 to 150 tourists were present at the spot when the bridge collapsed. NDRF roped in. Rescue operation is currently underway. Pakistan's claim of Rafale debunked by Dassault chief. Rafale maker has called Pakistani narrative completely inaccurate. 7 people, including army veteran pilot, has been killed in chopper crash in Uttarakhand. Chopper service has been suspended. PM Modi has landed in Cyprus on his first leg of the tour. He was received by the president on arrival. Israeli Prime Minister has warned Iran, says that it will pay a very heavy price after Iran's retaliatory strikes in 3 Israeli cities. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Starting the bulletin with the news that is coming in from Imphal. Now, what we're learning is that fresh tensions have erupted in Imphal after 2 groups engage in altercation over paddy field. Now, this is coming from Imphal East District after Methi farmer attempting to cultivate their paddy fields at one of the areas were reportedly obstructed by villagers from Songfel area, a Kuki village near the police station in Kangpoki district. The tension reportedly began around 8 a.m. in the morning, and local sources are saying that the farmers had obtained prior permission from central security forces to carry out the cultivation in their ancestral fields. However, upon arrival, they were confronted by a group from nearby Kuki village, leading to a face-off that escalated quickly. Both sides were seen hurling stones and using slingshots at each other, disregarding attempts by the central authority forces to bring the situation under control. So a clash broke out on Sunday morning in Manipur's Imphal East after a Methi farmer from this area in Imphal East arrived with a tractor to plow the paddy field. It was near a Kuki village. No casualty has been reported so far. Central forces tried to handle the situation, but it also went out of their control. All right, so videos of this confrontation widely circulated on social media showed Kuki villagers using abusive language and throwing projectiles at the farmers in the presence of the security forces. Other clip depicts how the Methi individual attempting to retaliate but being restrained by the central forces. The situation sparked strong reactions online, with many questioning the failure of the authority to protect the fundamental right of the farmers to cultivate their own land. Now, Manipur police has also reacted on this in a statement that they posted on social media. They acknowledged the incident, and according to their version, at around 10 a.m., a Methi farmer arrived with a tractor to plow his field when Kuki villagers objected, claiming the land did not belong to them. Police said that security forces led by additional SP of Imphal East along with the central forces were already present at the site managing the situation. Additional forces led by district SP were also deployed. Now, a late-night police action at the BJP district office in Bankura has triggered a fierce political backlash in West Bengal. The Bharatiya Janata Party has accused the state police of acting under the political pressure and attempting to intimidate the opposition party, that is Bharatiya Janata Party in West Bengal. Have a look at this report.
A major political storm is brewing in West Bengal after a late-night incident at the BJP office in Bankura. The BJP alleged that police officials led by the officer in charge of Bankura Sadar police station tried to break open the lock of the party office in the dead of night. The BJP has called this act a blatant display of fascism and accused Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee of using the state police as her personal enforcers.
Heinous crime, I feel, and that has been conducted by a police officer. We are going to the court and we are lodging FIR against that police officer at a midnight without any warrant, without any warrant. They have raided the BJP office, they have broken the lock of the BJP office, and it is not accepted. And this is, BJP is the world's largest democratic party, and we will fight against it both legally as well as politically.
Leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari echoed the outrage, slamming the West Bengal police for what he described as a cowardly attempt to harass opposition workers. He said that the officers acted like thieves and dacoits. The BJP alleges a pattern of partisan policing, citing recent incidents in Murshidabad, Maheshtala and Bolpur, where the police failed to act against mob violence. The party has demanded accountability and promised legal and political retaliation against what it calls state-sponsored political vendetta in West Bengal.
Now moving on, a heartbreaking tragedy unfolded in Uttarakhand this morning. A helicopter bound for Gaurikhand from Kedarnath carrying 7 people including 23-year-old baby crashed, leaving behind shattered families. Here are all the details.
Today at around 5:20 am, a helicopter which was going from Sri Kedarnath Dham to Gupt Kashi crashed near Gaurikhand. 7 people tragically lost their lives in the crash, including the pilot captain Rajveer Singh Chauhan from Jaipur. Vikram Rawat, a BKTC representative from Ukhimat, Vinod Devi, and Trishti Singh from Uttar Pradesh, and 3 members of the Jaiswal family from Maharashtra and Gujarat. Rajkumar Suresh Jaiswal, his wife Shraddha Rajkumar Jaiswal, and their 23-month-old daughter Kashi. Captain Rajveer Singh, a young pilot and father of 4-month-old twins from Jaipur, who was preparing to celebrate a traditional Rajasthani ceremony for his newborns, tragically lost his life in the crash. The helicopter, operated by Aryan Aviation, was returning from Kedarnath to Gupt Kashi when it encountered sudden adverse weather conditions. This led the pilot to attempt to maneuver out of the valley before the aircraft crashed and caught fire near the forest area between Gaurikhund and Sonprayag. Rescue teams from NDRF and SDRF have recovered all bodies. This accident marks the 5th helicopter crash in the Char Dham region within 40 days. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami expressed deep sorrow, ordered a high-level inquiry, and mandated strict SOPs for helicopter operations to prevent future tragedies.
आज प्रातःकाल खराब मौसम के कारण एक हेलीकॉप्टर दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हो गया। इनको गंभीरता से लेते हुए हमने तत्काल एक आपातकालीन बैठक बुलाई है और उस बैठक में निर्देश दिए हैं कि एक सख्त एसओपी बनाई जाए, जिसमें किसी भी कीमत पर जो हमारे डीजीसीए के रूल हैं, मानक हैं, उनके मानकों के साथ किसी भी प्रकार का कोई भी ढिलाई न बरती जाए और जो उच्च हिमालयी क्षेत्र हैं, उच्च हिमालयी क्षेत्रों में चलने वाले पायलटों को उसका अनुभव हो, ये एविएशन कंपनियां भी सुनिश्चित करें।
Meanwhile, helicopter service have been suspended until further notice.
Now shifting our focus, tensions in the Middle East have escalated dramatically. Deadly missile exchanges between Iran and Israel have pushed the region closer to open conflict. In the latest strikes, Iranian missile hit a neighborhood near Tel Aviv in Iran, killing and injuring civilians, while Israel responded by targeting key sites in Iran, including its energy sector and defense ministry headquarters as well. Here is the latest on the destruction, rising fare and the human costs of this unfolding crisis.
In the early hours of Sunday, neighborhoods outside Tel Aviv were plunged into chaos. Iranian missiles tore through apartment blocks and cars, leaving behind a path of destruction and fear. The damage was widespread. Debris littered the streets. Emergency responders raced to the scene, using drones to locate survivors in places too dangerous to reach on foot. First responders moved quickly, their eyes scanning for movement, their hearts burdened with the urgency of saving lives. Amid the chaos, residents fled with whatever little they could carry. Further north, in Tamara, tragedy struck again. A direct hit reduced an entire structure to rubble. One person was confirmed dead as teams continued to search for others. This latest exchange of fire is part of a spiraling confrontation. On Friday, Israel launched a surprise strike, targeting Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. In retaliation, Tehran unleashed a deadly barrage of missiles and drones. Israel's counterstrikes targeted Iran's energy sector and the defense ministry headquarters, an escalation unprecedented in recent years. Israeli President Isaac Herzog warned that the region is at a historic crossroads.
We are now at a historic crossroads, not only for Israel, but for the entire Middle East. On the one hand, the threat of terrorist jihad that seeks to dominate the region, whilst on the other, there's the vision of partnership, hope for the better future, and peace, what I call the day after.
While Iran's leaders called on the international community to condemn what they described as violations of their sovereignty.
کرد و عواقب او رو بیچاره خواهد کرد به توفیق الهی. انشاءالله با قدرت عمل خواهد شد و با اونها مماشاتی نخواهیم کرد.
Behind the headlines and the missiles are families, displaced, mourning, surviving. This is no longer just a military exchange. It's a humanitarian crisis unfolding in real time.
יש לי תינוק פג בן 3 שבועות, הוא נולד בשבת לפני 3 שבועות בדיוק. חמוד קטן, עוד קליל. כשהתחילו הבלגנים שלשום, התחילו הירי. אתמול, סליחה, אנחנו ירדנו מהפגייה.
As day breaks and the dust settles, the question remains, what comes next in a region teetering on the edge of war?
Now, in this next explainer, we break down the latest and the most critical developments in the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran, with over 150 missiles fired in a dramatic retaliation. Rising tension in Middle East are sparking fear of a broader regional war or even a potential World War III. Take a look.
So, as we all know, Iran has been attacked and it has struck back. There was a Mutt and Jeff process going on. The Americans were negotiating with Iran to defang it of its nuclear program. They were putting a lot of diplomatic pressure on Iran to engage in this thing. And as part of that Mutt and Jeff routine, while the Americans were putting the diplomatic pressure, the Israelis were giving the threats of military attack on its, nuclear sites, nuclear enrichment plants, on its petrochemical complexes, on its command and control infrastructure. So, as we have seen, this attack started yesterday. That is, when Israel struck Natanz, that is the uranium enrichment facility. They struck the command and control headquarters of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps in Tehran, and they also struck the Isfahan, as also the terminal at the island, the Kharg Island, which is the oil terminal, the biggest oil terminal of Iran. So it was a very well-planned attack, launched with 200 Israeli warplanes, which stayed on their side, which flew across over Syria and well away from the Iranian border. They fired their beyond visual range missiles, especially their cruise missiles, to decapacitate, to cause serious damage to the Natanz nuclear enrichment plant. And the IAEA has mentioned that there is radioactive contamination in Natanz, which is a very, very serious affair. They also hit the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters. There are various figures coming out of the total number of, generals who have been eliminated. But the head of the IRGC definitely has been killed. Also, the head of the Air Force reportedly been killed. And about 3 to 4 nuclear scientists, top-class nuclear scientists who are working on the nuclear enrichment program, on the design of the weapon. So now Iran has hit back. Last night, Iran hit back with a barrage of about 150 ballistic missiles and drones. 150 ballistic missiles. And as was clearly evident on the television screens, though most of these missiles and drones were shot down a fair percentage does seem to have gotten through, which could be as high as 7 to 8% or more, because we could see massive explosions in Tel Aviv, close to their headquarters of the Ministry of Defense. So Iran has stuck back with determination, and it looks like that Iran has girded up its loins for a long fight. And if a shooting war starts off, Israel is talking of a 10 to 15-day long campaign in which they'll take advantage of the Iranian retaliation to hit more nuclear targets, more energy-related targets, more, command and control targets, so that their aim is to defang the nascent Iranian nuclear capability. They have said that we just will not accept a nuclear Iran. And to that extent, we will do everything possible to see that Iran does not acquire that nuclear capability. Now, where will this all lead to? Right? The simple fact is that this could, at the very least, lead to a major regional conflict. Iran has said if our nuclear facilities are attacked, we'll try and hit the nuclear facilities of Israel. If our energy facilities are attacked, we will not only hit the Israeli energy facilities, but also energy facilities in the entire Arab world. We will try and create, an energy global crisis. And if they hit the oil fields, if they hit the Persian oil Gulf, oil routes, if they start hitting the tankers, then there is going to be economic chaos. They will be held to pay. You see, the simple fact is the price of oil could shoot up. The world was just recovering from the aftershocks of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And now if, the balloon goes up in the Middle East and the oil facilities of Saudi Arabia, of Oman, Muscat, etc. are hit, if American air bases, American ground troop bases in the Middle East, which are close targets within easy reach of Iranian missiles and drones, if these are hit, it could become a shooting war that could last for months, if not years. Yes, Iran will lose finally, but Iran, their pain tolerance threshold is extremely high. 8 years they fought the Iran-Iraq war when they were, technologically far inferior in strength and capability. Today their capabilities are very high. They almost have 10,000 ballistic missiles, thousands and thousands of Shahid drones, which the Russians have used with such good effect in Ukraine. So it is a proven design which they have done. They've already hit Israel twice. The first time with drones and some missiles. The second time primarily with missiles. And even then 7 to 8% of their missiles had gotten through. The Fateh missile series and, the Shahbaz kind of series of missiles, they had been able to penetrate to targets in Tel Aviv. Even the Houthis have been able to penetrate. So when you attack in the mass, at least about 10% and less, despite Iron Dome, despite the Arrow missiles, despite the